So we are waiting on one more council member, and then we'll begin. Prieto, she went to the garage. I think she's coming.
Very nice. Oh, trail. It's the best job I've ever had. It's super fun. Thanks for asking. She was asking how it's starting.
Oh, this council itself, or school, because you said job, and I was like,
No, this is a job.
yeah.
It's my moonlighting job.
It's my moonlighting job,
This
yes.
is your.
My side hustle.
This is your. No, I love it. Thanks for asking. The last one was hard. And stuff comes up and you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, look at that. Okay. So. Yes, okay. Okay. I'm gonna move on. So you're gonna be a sweaty, yeah, we're gonna peel it off. Okay.
And I've got a shirt under.
Ready? Okay. I would now like to call the December 16th, 2025 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel or the longmontpublicmedia.org /watch or the Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we start with roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Dougall-Faring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin.
Present.
Councilmember Marsing.
Here.
Councilmember Prieto.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, so let's please stand for the pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. In accordance with the City Council's rules of procedure and the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your name and address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for the specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of council. Can I have a motion to approve the December 2nd regular session minutes?
So moved.
Okay. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on the minutes? On the minutes.
I did notice
Put
that-
your,
I'm on train.
yeah, I know, get back. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Chris.
Thank you, Mayor.
Get focused.
I did notice there was one comment from an unknown person, it said, and I believe that was Amy Weinstein. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just wanted to add that if that makes it a little less, yeah,
Does
Yeah.
that need to be amended?
yeah.
Um,
Does
Dawn?
that help you, Dawn?
We can amend that. Yes, that's
Okay.
Mhm.
So,
Alrighty.
okay, so the motion's been moved by Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Marsing. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Let's see, are there any agenda revisions, clerk? Don, do we have any agenda revisions? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Making a note to myself. I don't have any revisions. No.
Okay, and then do we have any motions from council for future agenda items? Nope, there is, okay. Okay, is it to,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So while I was at NLC, I was reminded that we have our 250th anniversary of America coming up in 6 months, since this is our last council meeting in 2025. And also it's our centennial 150 anniversary. And so they were tasking us to submit what our plans are for that celebration, and also to make there's a national incentive to make it a year of service. So I just wanted to bring that up because someone did come and talk to us about it at 4th of July, and I've been asking for help from Sandy Cedar to find out who might be involved in that and how we could make a bigger deal out of this, realizing we have 6 months left. And I would like to offer myself to help with that project so that we, get a little more organized with it.
Okay, so would this be a motion or direction from staff, Harold or Sandy, or do we have to, or can the two of them just coordinate?
Well, just so I can have some
So I think
coordination.
if council wants to move this, it'd be good to have motion and direction from staff, from council, and then we'll figure out how we operationalize it.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to,
Yes, I move that we come up with more defined plans for our America 250 celebration and Colorado 150 celebration.
okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and so the motion was made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, and then questions now, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Christ. I appreciate the spirit of where you're coming from on that, and I'm glad that NLC prompted this, helped prompt this. What I'm a little bit struggling with right now is it feels like we have a fairly undefined motion to come up with a defined plan, and I don't know if that is clear enough direction for staff, and so I'm just wondering if there is some more of a vision either you can share or we can think about over the holidays and then come back and maybe direct something more specifically that reflects, like, do we want these to be 2 events? Do we want this to be 1 event? Do we want this to be in 1 place? Even just time, place, manner situation of what this entails. And so before we task staff with coming up with something that is not particularly defined, is there either a clear vision you have at this moment or something we can workshop over the next couple weeks?
Well, knowing me as you do, I like to workshop all of it.
I know.
My first request of our assistant city manager was help me figure out who initially brought this information to us so that we can find out what plans are already existing. And then what other plans we would like to add in. And I do think our service organizations and our boards should also weigh in on this because I believe it'll affect everyone in terms of participation.
Yeah, I appreciate that information or perspective. I still feel like I'm voting from a place of not ambiguity. Thank you. And I would love to know what I'm voting for here and to what extent, what resources we'd be directing to or operationalizing with this motion. I think the lack of definition right now, potential and your elaboration of like potentially bringing some boards into this, that will take time. That will take staff resources. And even though this is a new council of 2 weeks ago, there's already a lot on our plate. And so I just want to make sure that moving forward with something that is not defined right now is the best use of staff resources.
I guess I would like a little more feedback from staff as to what would be helpful.
Thinking through this, if the direction is to find out who brought this forward, that's simple enough. We'll have to, review it. One of the things that we can do in this is I know that our recreation department, in terms of the 4th of July celebration, based on what we did last year, is looking at a more robust event this year based on the attendance next year. And so we could work with them to bring something forward to give you an update in terms of what we're planning to do anyway, and then maybe that will facilitate a conversation about how this is incorporated into that, if that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, that's definitely a good start. I will say that one of the suggestions was to have a lot of, there was discussion about a major, what do I want to call it? Block party. We'll just call it a block party. And I know that the city does allow block parties within neighborhoods. But is that something that we can do on a grand scale, or is it something we should do more with the neighborhood group association? So these are questions that I have.
So when I look at the plans they're putting together for the 4th of July, I know that's a significant event, large block party in terms of how they're looking at it. What I can say is operationally, part of why we're adjusting times on other events. So we're seeing, there were times where we had Rhythm on the River and the 4th of July close to each other. That starts creating a lot of strain on staff resources when we talk about the overtime component, especially within our public safety department. And so it's hard for me to kind of say what are the staff resources required without having a little bit more depth in understanding what we're actually talking about. Now, the block party concept, that is something that we could work with the Neighborhood Group Leaders Association on in terms of doing that, because they do have mechanisms to then incorporate block parties in what they're doing. So I know this is a lot of words for a non-answer, but it's hard for me to frame it until I have more specifics in terms of what we're really looking for.
And maybe we should, it says to direct staff to come up with, but maybe we should just say assist with a more defined plan that then the council can further decide what we might go with.
I'm going to let Councilmember Marcin, maybe he has some ideas to contribute.
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of a quick question, and one of the great coincidences of the universe, perhaps. We are planning to expand our 4th of July celebration pretty dramatically in this coming year as a replacement for Rhythm, correct? So theoretically, staff is already putting the time and effort into an expanded celebration that corresponds, again, just because our staff is amazing and thought well in advance, clearly, about all these things. About that the coordination here has kind of already happened in a way that is somewhat kismet. So from a staff time perspective, I think the expanded celebration that we're already planning to have, from my perspective, it's fairly easy to slap, an America 250 logo or a, Colorado 150 logo on some of that stuff and say that, we're doing our part in that regard. Not to say that I don't want to, obviously, as big as we can go, I'm all for a party. From a staff time perspective, I want to make sure that we're respecting the work that's already being done to expand our 4th of July celebration into a multi-day festivity.
Yes. So I concur. So are we ready to vote on this? So I guess and I don't want it to be taken the wrong way by not moving this forward, because I have a lot of questions around, that to me it is very ambiguous. What does that mean? What are we expecting of staff? So I don't know if you wanted to withdraw this, think about something more definitive, and then when we do come back with something more explicit. Plus, I didn't know you were going to make this motion, so I couldn't prepare. Go ahead. I'm going to add Popkin first, and then I'll let you respond.
Hi, Popkin here.
Yeah, sorry.
So
Popkin.
what I wanted to
Too many
suggest to
syllables.
Councilwoman Christ here was perhaps we amend this, if you're open to it, and you can decide what you want to do with this, but we amend it to request just an update in the new year in January on what the city is starting to plan for. Then we can weigh in and understand if there's something we want to add to that, and then we at least have some sense of definition before we provide further direction.
Okay.
Otherwise, I will not vote for an undefined motion.
Thank you, member.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council Member Popkin. That was too many syllables for me right now. Go ahead, Council Member Christ.
We're wearing funny sweaters. It's just going to happen, So yes, Don, if you could amend that. And thank you, Councilor Popkin.
Don, do you have the language, the amended language? Okay, perfect.
Make the computer sing.
And then we can go ahead and vote whenever we're ready. Okay, the motion for an update has been carried unanimously. Thank you. So let's go ahead now and move on to city manager report.
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, and then, so it looks like we have special reports and presentation, a presentation by the Colorado State Department of Transportation regarding the Hoover Street and State Highway 119 intersection improvement project.
Go ahead and lift it up.
Sure. Thank you, Harold. Well, good evening, council members. I'm Alex Donaldson, senior civil engineer here in our Utilities and Public Works Department. I'm here this evening with our partners from the Colorado Department of Transportation to talk about a project you may have seen under construction along Colorado Highway 119 between Longmont and Boulder. We're here to present the final portion of that corridor project, intersection improvements at Hoover Street and Colorado 119. The city commissioned a study of the southwest portion of the city's major roadway network in 2018. And the most significant finding of that study was that the intersection at Colorado 119 and Hoover Street will not meet the future needs of the traveling public after accounting for projected growth. The city joined with CDOT and Boulder County to apply for a federal RAISE grant to increase the safety and mobility all along Colorado 119, including proactively improving this key intersection that acts as a gateway between Longmont and Boulder County. The goal of the Hoover 119 project is to reconstruct the existing intersection to reduce traffic delays, decrease emissions, and improve safety for all users. Longmont City staff have worked closely with the CDOT design team as the project has been developed, ensuring project details align with city transportation objectives, such as promoting the city's Vision Zero goals, providing additional infrastructure for those traveling on foot or by bicycle, and by creating a welcoming entry point into the city of Longmont. We're excited to welcome Keith Schaefer, CDOT Region 4 South Program Engineer, to present the Safety, Mobility, and Bikeway Project at the Colorado 119 and Hoover intersection.
This works. Here we go. Thank you. As Alex stated, my name's Keith Schaefer, and I've been working on this for over a decade, so it's been a long time coming. It started here in 2011, and it's coming to fruition, which is great. So I just want to commend previous Longmont city employees and the current ones now. It's been very nice to work with this group of professionals on this. You guys are one of our partners, along with us being the key owner, stakeholder, along with the other representatives up there. So this was one of Boulder County's highest crash corridors. As you can see up there, these are a little bit older data. We went up to 2019. I was asking for some more current data this morning. There's been multiple vehicular crashes since 2019, 3 more bicycle crashes, and then I believe at least 2 more pedestrian crashes, and unfortunately 2 more fatals in the bicycle crashes. So one was unfortunate. Magnus White was probably the most known one and most publicly tragedy that occurred. But right now, with the modeling that we've done and the current configuration of the mitigation for Hoover and 119, it's projecting that 370 or more crashes will be alleviated with this design, which is great. And we went through a whole kind of process to evaluate different kind of configurations and opportunities for this. And our current design is going to maximize this over the next 20 years. And the great thing about this is that it's anticipated, at least on the bikeway portion of it, to eliminate all crashes, since it's a separated bikeway. As you can see, this is just an overview of the project. It basically goes from Foothills and Boulder to Hoover and Longmont. I won't read all of the different legends, but there's a lot of multimodal transit-oriented opportunities in this corridor with this project. Next is the commuter bikeway. It's the safest direct and hopefully the most accessible bikeway that we're going to have in this corridor and along in hopefully connecting these two communities. We've been working with Boulder County to create the maintenance IGA with them. They're taking on the responsibility of this. They brought us some finances associated with that, and so we're working with them to really have this as an all-year accessible opportunity of a transportation corridor. It is also designed up to 35 miles an hour, so the e-bikes will be allowed. So it's going to be very interesting to see this. And I was out on it a week and a half ago, and it was awesome. Along with that, we've created a bus rapid transit BRT alignment. So with that is an inside lane. It's one of the first in the United States of America. So you guys are on the bleeding edge of innovation. So it just has the different routes. It's going to be in conjunction with the blue line and orange line that already exists along this route. So it's going to be really good. It's going to have signal priority. So hopefully the buses will, if they do get caught by a red light, they will be first priority. So they'll only have to wait through one cycle instead of potentially multiple during the peak hours, AM and PM peak hours. And then we come to the Hover intersection. So this is one that we had to go through a VE study. The picture on the right-hand side of your screen is the current configuration associated with Hover. We did an analysis. We've worked with all of our partners, including the city of Longmont. And again, I commend, very common sense approach. We went through a matrix for the design, and we looked at the best opportunity was a grade separated intersection. It has a grade separated in one movement only, but this one movement, if it's grade separated, alleviates almost to the same magnification if the full interchange was needed and or designed. So that is a big thing. Having a one singular movement is much more palatable to your community and the county as well, and it basically alleviates a bunch of different traffic conflict points with this movement from basically going from east to west and then as it goes from north to south. We were working on this again since 2011, since I got here. In 2023, it was actually late 22, but we were awarded the RAISE grant in 23. It's $25 million, helping us construct part of this project. It was additional funds to it. It's about a $172 million programmatic project, and you guys, again, have been great partners with us. It's going to eliminate one phase of the intersection traffic, which was a big deal. I mean, this was a situation where we had multiple conflict points, multiple pedestrian and bike conflict points, and this one movement is going to dramatically increase the safety components associated with this intersection. This is just a rendering. You'll have to excuse sometimes us engine nerds. We aren't very creative, but this rendering, I think, demonstrates the kind of the theme of what this is going to look like. I know that our project team is working with your, I believe it's the Arts Commission, so there will be opportunities for you to provide input, whether it's done with a type of paintings. We've been working with our contractor to make sure that we have not just a monolithic type pour, but it has some type of texture components associated with the MSE panels, so it won't just be a concrete looking wall. And then again, once a determination is made on the type of potential art that would be done through your community, we'll incorporate that in. This is just a kind of a more zoomed in view, just to give a visual representation of what it's going to look like. So some of the safety benefits, this is something that we've modeled extensively. We've looked at this. We've gone through multiple iterations. In fact, we were planning on going to construction this year, but through the course of the innovation design and kind of how we worked with our contractors, it delayed us a little bit, but we enhanced the safety benefits. this alignment and how we elongated the bridge and how we reduced the conflict points for pedestrian and bicycles, you can see it shortened it over between 120 feet down to 90 feet in certain directions, or it eliminated 140 feet down to 40 feet in some of the east-west connections for bike peds. That was a big thing for us. It's also going to reduce some of the speed through the intersection because of some of the turn movements, how the piers are located. I don't want to get too technical on you, but it creates kind of a turning radius that will slow down vehicular traffic if there are any conflicts with bikes and peds. So that was a very, very good thing for us. Operational benefits, they were huge. And the next slide is a graphic. It's more of a table, but I just want to direct you, why not the full interchange? It's a critical movement. I know that when you talk about interchanges in this area of the state of Colorado, it's not as popular. So we really wanted to see how intersection revamp versus an interchange would work in with this singular grade separated movement, along with the reduction of the conflict points. It met everything that a quote-unquote interchange would have done, and it was much more palatable for all the communities along this corridor. It creates an environmental benefit. There are calculations associated. We work with the feds on this, and so it is a reduction in greenhouse gases by 28%. So I know that is definitely something that's important to this community. It's important to this county, important to this state. So. Again, it meets the pedestrian bike connectivity, so we definitely wanted to look at the multimodal options associated with this project. This is something that we just came up with this week. We were analyzing a bunch of different things. Crashes per year, we anticipate 20 less, which is great. With the future project, another 11 eliminated. We're looking at peak hour operational delays. If we left it in place, it would be 5+ minutes, and that is a lot of cycles through a red light at this intersection if we did nothing. So with this improvement, we're down to that current delay, which satisfies and would have been the same if we did any type of different type of improvement. One thing that I want you to show is to pay attention to is the pedestrian crossing. That was a big thing for us to reduce those conflicts, that time in a potential conflict area crossing the street, the certain movements down to 40 feet, which is great. The traffic operations, that was another big thing. We would have had intersection failure. It's failing today. We would have had a complete network failure if we did the nothing, which means we analyzed out a much broader view, a bunch of different cross streets, different opportunities for Longmont residents to travel. All intersections would have failed. And so with this, it's completely functional operationally within a typically industry standard. And then reducing the conflict points down from 27 to 8 was a big deal for us. And again, your staff worked with us to look at the design and come up with this solution, so that was great. Over connectivity, this is just, I believe that we just wanted to demonstrate that this allowed that network to succeed and not fail. I had another graphic that had all red. I didn't want to show that because I think that it would have been quite redundant. But this allows this movement to really kind of take a look and see the operational opportunities in this area once the project is complete. And then the timeline. This is our quote-unquote third package. We potentially are going to have to do 2 more, but they're materials-based. We're just looking at something that we called our FOR. It's about our 90% submittal. It's happening. We're getting that done. Our design team, Muller, is working on it. We're expecting it to be around the end of this year, going into the beginning of next year, just to finalize our plan set. We're in an alternative delivery called CMGC, and the start of construction is going to be beginning in April. That's our estimated time frame. They're going to shut down the left turns. We've worked with your city. But it's going to be a very signed. It's going to be very publicized. It's going to be very apparent to the community of Longmont how to go. We've talked with our contractor. We're going to sign it appropriately and often and a lot to just allow the Longmont community to know how to get into different businesses. We are definitely making sure that people know that the current businesses that may or may not be affected somewhat in this construction are open and how to get there. So that was a critical component of us working with our contractor in the CMGC process. This is for not only you, but for anyone who's watching or attending this. We do have a website up. I think it launched today. Is that correct? Yep. So if there are questions or concerns that you need to get a hold of our project team, please feel free to visit that. And the next one is we have a hotline. If anybody wants to comment or have an issue, or they feel that they need to express something that we are doing right or wrong, we'll take compliments as well as constructive criticism and go from there. And any questions from you or staff?
Great. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Popkin.
Yes, you had questions. I have a public service announcement first. I see a lot of people taking pictures of the screen. In case you want a more high resolution or better version of what you just saw, it's already on the council website. If you go to the agenda management portal for Longmont, you can find that right on our agenda for today. Basically everything that was just presented as well. Right. So that might spare your camera a little bit. Just a couple of questions, because this is, well, I mean, first of all, a ton of work went into this, and I know how much work goes into any project that is not only 25 million for RAISE grant, but also 100. What did you say? 170?
172 programmatically.
Yeah, thank you. So ton of work that's already gone into this. Thank you. It's going to be, I mean, as you flagged with kind of the points of failure and the current status and the projected status of the intersection, it's going to be a world of difference. Obviously, there'll be a little bit of pain kind of during construction, but it's definitely a situation where there's no pain, no gain situation.
Yes, sir.
So really appreciate all of the proactive work that you guys are already planning for, and it's been awesome to see the construction of the bikeway already and just how amazing that looks. I have taken my e-bike personally along the shoulder of 119 multiple times.
Okay.
It's not the most comfortable experience, and
No,
so
sir.
this looks like a breeze. What I wanted to ask about, you mentioned for the bikeway that's designed to be up to 35 miles per hour. When you say designed to be up to that speed, what do you mean by that?
So through the course of just the geographical constraints, sometimes we have to put curves in there and how we transition into the underpasses. The curves are designed for a bike going about that speed. We don't anticipate that speed to be reached, except in my opinion, called the straightaways.
Yeah.
The transition points do flare out to 16 when you're meeting a different exit point or entry point. So that's good, but just the majority of the bike way is 12 feet curb to curb.
Yeah.
And then they'll be shouldering up there. So it's not going to be just a drop off, which is what it is right now. Because we have had some questions of, the bikeway looks complete, let me get out on it. Unfortunately, the north and south portions are not connected yet. So that
It's a bridge to nowhere right now.
Say that
It's a
again.
bridge to nowhere right now.
That is correct. It's a bridge to nowhere right now. It will not be here momentarily because that's in CP2 and our connection should be complete. We're just working some of the logistics out with CP2, construction package 2, sorry.
Thank you. You also mentioned that this is going to have some spillover traffic benefits from an improvement standpoint beyond just this intersection.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that in terms of what the modeling shows kind of going, particularly, I guess, east on 119.
So east on 119, that one singular movement eliminates I think I saw up there about 27 for pedestrian and bike. But it eliminates one whole phase movement out of the conflict point.
What does that mean for us non-traffic engineers?
Sorry, it means that when you go up there, you don't have to stop at a red light. You do not have to worry about making, the rest of the community doesn't have to worry about that east to west and what movement they're going to do. They're going to have a direct access there. So it eliminates that type of phase movement conflict.
Great, thank you. And then you mentioned, I think in the slide deck, I don't know if you specifically spoke to this today. Well, I guess you did a little bit, the Q jump for transit.
Yeah.
Could you explain a little bit more what a Q jump is for people who might not be familiar with
Yeah,
it?
not a problem. So, as you drive the corridor right now, it's 2 lanes. The Q jump is adding an additional length of a 3rd lane to allow the bus to get in there, access a bus stop, get back out, and then the Q jump at the lighted intersections allow them to maneuver up to a sequence. Because it's not a managed lane, they will have bus only access up to there, which allows them to basically get to the front of the line.
Yeah.
So then they only have to worry about a certain phase cycle that they're in. Sorry, light phase
light
cycle.
Will that be enforced in some way?
So we're not an enforcement agency. If there are things
That would
that
be-
are happening
It's
out
a state
there.
highway, right?
It is a state highway. We don't, but Colorado Department isn't an enforcement agency, so we'd have to work with CSP, and we have done that on various projects. I don't know if you guys are aware. We have
CSP is Colorado State Police?
that is correct. Colorado State Patrol.
Patrol, thank you.
So we have right now speed monitoring cameras out there. We're working with Boulder County out there on 119, so it's been great. We're also working that on segment 5 on I-25, basically from 56 to 66. We're having that same kind of pilot for the speed camera control. So once we implemented that on 119, we've seen dramatic decreases in speed. And as you guys know, there are corridors in our state, I-25, 287, this one, people like to go fast.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just am so happy to see that there was a concern with our hotel tourism group that this would not be done before Sundance. But I'm really excited to see that this is all going to be wrapped up at least a month or so before, or close to, as best as your ability. No, 2020.
It's 27, sir. We start in April of 26, we end in 27,
Yeah, and
In December of 20.
December of 27.
oh, so it's going to be in the middle of. Sorry, I misread that. Okay, never mind.
Sorry, sir.
No, we were hoping that would be not in the middle of that, but that's the way it goes.
Okay, awesome. I just got some information that we already have been in touch with that group, and that we're working with signage and mitigation associated with that. I know our contractor, Kramer International, is also aware, specifically directed by our project team, and from myself and from my supervisor, all of Region 4, is that we have to be very cognizant and compassionate to what you guys have as a community. Especially for me, I started and owned a few small businesses. Those are extremely important to me. To make sure, that's been something that we just sat down with our contractor and our project team last week to make sure that the small businesses have signage along our project limits to make sure that they know, the constituents know where to go to meet their businesses. These other type of events, we're also in communications with them to hopefully mitigate as much as possibly can during construction. As you know, no pain, no gain. I think whoever said that, yeah. There is somewhat of a, you can get construction fatigue. It's just it's a real thing. There is going to be some fatigue on here because there is going to be certain movements shut down in this area due to the fact that they actually have to take they have to build the bridge.
Right. I was just concerned that we're doing a lot of the housing of some of the volunteers and employees, and not any of the events. But it's just the concern that people are going to be able to get in and out of Longmont with ease.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you're hearing this, please have them reach out to our CDOT team, or just work through Alex and the Longmont staff. That would be great, because I believe that we'll do everything that we possibly can, hopefully without delaying anything associated with the construction timeline.
Okay.
With that. So we'll do the best we can. I don't know if I can promise you anything, sir, other than the fact that we'll be in communication with you.
Looks like staff is going to come up and
Yep,
answer a
and
question
And
here.
just have a little
coming
bit to add
forward.
to Keith, what Keith is
Okay,
saying, yeah. So
perfect.
Longmont staff is definitely being involved with the Sundance staff as well as with all of these partners. And one of the things is we know the whole intersection will not be shut down during Sundance, so that's good. We might have a restricted movement of left turn. The good news is the detour routes already work for RTD. They're already the same detour routes that they already do use, so it won't be any different for them to keep people moving through. And we will keep the intersection open with traffic moving through the whole time during Sundance, which is also great, which will also reduce the chances of rear end crashes during that time frame while just restricting left-hand turns. So we're all talking about it. We have plans in place. The intersection should not be shut down during Sundance. We'll have detours, but they'll be there during the whole construction time. So it should be okay to get people to hotel zone, restaurant zone. We'll have all of it marked and signed. So we're all working together to make sure Sundance is as successful as possible.
And on the other side, what we're doing for our construction projects is we're being mindful of this one. And as we actually bid out our construction projects, we're intentionally putting language in our bid that says, essentially, we reserve the right to stop construction during this period of time, because we're managing other projects to not impact this project. So we may adjust other things in our community to let this keep moving forward.
As I said, your staff has been excellent to work with.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know these projects have to get done, and once they're done, it's great. But there's a lot of consternation among public, and I think communication is going to be the key. As we were looking at the Kaufman Street improvement, over and over again, when people would complain, they weren't able to access the information. And, sometimes it was just us knowing too, well, just go here, it's right here. Like the details are on this website or on this notice. So being able to direct, not just have that information out there, but for all of us to know how to direct public to these sources of information so they could get details in accessing businesses, how to get around. That's my husband's commute, so I know he's gonna just, oh God. So.
Madam
Yeah.
Mayor, one thing I do promise you, Madam Mayor, is that if you need us to come at some future date to give you an update, or if you're having these types of things, you'd like a different update associated with the construction sequence and what we're doing, please just let us know, and
Great.
we will be here and we'll come and do another presentation for you.
That would be great. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And it has been a busy year for CDOT and on the projects. And I was looking at how many check marks I had for updates. Two questions I have for you. The first one is, when is the bridge to nowhere on the commuter bike path going to be completed so that we can use it?
It's going to be September of 2026.
Okay. And the second question is, have you considered artwork along that route?
So we have, and I believe that we're working with the design team. I will not commit or say anything that I don't know, but I do know that Boulder County has been working with the design team, I think, on potential artwork. I know that they have certain requirements because the Boulder County is going to be in responsible charge of the bikeway, so it's not going to be CDOT.
Okay. Thank you for all your hard work on these projects. They're fabulous.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for our staff, kind of building off of what you had, Madam Mayor. Has our comms team been in communication, been in these conversations generally? Is there, just on our end from the communication side, a proactive plan to get the word out to, web, social, all that stuff?
Yeah, definitely. The past few months, we've been working with engineering staff as well as our communications team to put together a project website that's Longmont oriented. I believe that website went live today as well. I'm going to look back. I see a thumbs up. So yes, that website is ready to go. And that website is going to mostly be orienting people towards the best source of information, which is going to be the CDOT project website, but will also include information that's more specific to the city and give people an opportunity for for Longmont specific information that they might be looking for.
Okay, thank you. One question, so the RAISE grant, it's no longer called the RAISE grant, is that correct?
I believe that this
Federal
current
government.
federal administration is changing a lot of things with the
Yeah.
discretionary grants.
Yes.
However, we will always refer to it as the RAISE grant
Okay.
on this project,
Yes,
just
yes, because that's what was,
that's
it was
what was
approved under
awarded
that
as. Yes, ma'am.
umbrella. And then when a group of us, through the Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, went to DC, I know when we had the roundtable with US DOT, they were really excited about a lot of the projects that are being done and had requested, invite us to your ribbon cutting. And so, yeah, let's put it out there. We're doing good stuff here. Oh, you all.
So I do have this gentleman, Jared File. He is our PIO representative in Region 4. He does a lot, or if not all of the Region 4, which obviously you guys know that you're in when it comes to either groundbreaking or ribbon cutting. And we'll communicate with all of our partners that were associated. It was the second slide on the screen
Yes,
showing.
yeah.
We'll make sure that we coordinate a mutually agreed upon time so you guys can get out there, Boulder County. Obviously, there's
Wonderful.
going to be the CDOT executive management team that I think would want to be out there. We typically always invite FHWA representatives, John Cater and his team. They're their Colorado FHWA representatives, but I'd love to have
Yeah.
some of the Fed DOT
So we can see,
representatives
yeah,
as
we're
well. That'd be
doing good work. This is our money, we're putting it to use, and this is what we did.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And you see tangible results, which is
Yes,
great.
absolutely. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Great, thank
Oh,
you.
and we have one more, never mind, don't go.
Well, you're off the hook
Yeah.
on any questions. Thank you for your presentation. And just an idea for staff as far as communications. I know, like, when I've went home and mindlessly scrolled on social media, I'm not going to the city website to see, like, what's going on. And so just an idea, just an idea for staff, like even short videos. I know that we have a relationship with Longmont Public Media to kind of lay out this vision, talk about what's happening. That's easy for people to be scrolling and be like, oh, what? Is that Hover? Is that 119? What's going on? And then be informed, and it's coming from the city and all the information's there. We've been seeing within the last couple weeks a lot of information and people panicking about certain things, and I really appreciate my fellow council members jumping in and giving correct information. But like I said, a lot of people don't go to the city website, and even on one of the, like a recent question that somebody had, I tried to go find the link so I could plug it into the comment, and I couldn't even find the link. So just thinking about like how we can get the information out via video, that I think that would be helpful as well. Not for everything, but for some of the bigger projects, it's going to create a lot of, talk. I think that would be a good idea.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Okay. So before we go to first call public invited to be heard, in case some folks in the audience or at home are, what the heck are these people wearing? We are doing our ugly sweater day, the last the last meeting before break. So we have some staff members, us on council. We just decided to make it fun tonight. So that's it, except for McCoy. But no, you're good. He's the only one that's professional. So. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to public invited to be heard. The first person on the list I have, if pull up my papers, is Chris Conklin. And where is he? And I'm looking for the, oh, you have it. Oh, yes, okay.
My name is Chris Conklin, and I live at 234 Francis Street. So I'm looking at, do I have to leave already? Oh. General business 12 on your item, city council liaison appointments. So I want to talk about the airport advisory board. Right now that board is staffed by pilots. And considering that less than 1% of the population of Longmont are pilots, this seems a little skewed to me. And the airport is not owned by the pilots, it's owned by the city of Longmont. So wouldn't it be better to have some non-pilots on there? I mean, I think there's 3 seats that are up now for appointment. I'd like to see the city council open up this thing and let some more people, let it, maybe promulgate it a little bit more so more people know about it, that there are seats available. Because I just think that right now it's very skewed that the pilots, I don't know if they have the best interest of the city. It would be nice to have some more non-pilots in there to give some more input to the airport of what could be done. Believe me, I'm not against the airport. I think it's a plus for the city. I just think that it might be better if you had the city, the advisory board run by pilots. They definitely have a prejudice. So that's all, really. I just like to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next person, Lance Whitaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker. Lived in Longmont for about 44 years now, 1750 Collier Street. I'd like to say today is National Chocolate Covered Anything Day. So, chocolate cover anything, I guess. This one you're really going to like. This one is Barbie and Barney Backlash Day. It allows parents to turn off those repetitive sing-along type songs. So, yeah, turn them things off. It is also Billy Gibbons' birthday. And if you don't know who that is, that's the lead singer and guitarist for ZZ Top. He is still living. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Great, thank you, Lance. Next person, Scott Stewart.
Mayor, members of council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grand Street. I'd like to speak a little bit about the airport. Transparency. I find the information on the airport on the city's website to be misleading. Give you an example. It's advertised on the city's website that 22,000 visitors enter Colorado annually through the Longmont Airport. Where does this number come from? It's misinformation. The ability to provide accurate information is available for us. This information should be transparent. The airport has been working with AMS, Airport Monitoring Systems, for about 3 years now. The information that they've been collecting for the last 3 years is not public knowledge, public use. This is going to tell us a lot of what we need to know as far as making decisions about the airport. Please consider making the airport management system public. Other cities simply provide the AMS information access on their website. Consider putting it on the website, make it public, then everybody knows, and we don't have this exaggeration of information. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Scott. Seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. And we are now at number 9, the consent agenda and introduction of reading by title of first reading ordinances. Please read the consent agenda for the record.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no ordinances on this agenda, so there are no second reading dates for any of these items. 9A is Resolution 2025-79, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Boulder County for the conduct and administration of the 2025 Ward 3 special election to be held on March 3rd, 2026. 9B is Resolution 2025-80, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and Boulder County for acceptance of recyclables at Boulder County Recycle Center. 9C is Resolution 2025-81, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Colorado Department of Transportation to contribute to the RAISE grant-funded improvements at the intersection of Hover Street and State Highway 119. 9D is Resolution 2025-82, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Denver Regional Council of Governments to fund staff capacity to support new building energy code education and compliance activities. 9E is Resolution 2025-83, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an agreement for economic development services with the Colorado Enterprise Fund. 9F is Resolution 2025-84, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an agreement for economic development services with the Boulder Small Business Development Center. 9G is Resolution 2025-85, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an agreement for economic development services with the Latino Chamber of Commerce of Boulder County. 9H is Resolution 2025-86, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an agreement for economic development services with Visit Longmont. 9I is approve appointment of Longmont Tourism Improvement District Director. 9J is approved 2026 meeting schedule for City Council, including Longmont Housing Authority Board of Commissioners and Longmont Urban Renewal Authority meetings. 9K is approve 4 capital improvement program amendments, and 9L is accept 10 capital improvement program amendments approved by the city manager.
Okay. And does anyone want to pull any items? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull items D and L.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Would you like to move the consent agenda?
Sure. Seeing no others, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of item D and item L.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yes. So the motion was made by Councilmember Popkin, seconded by Councilmember Prieto. Okay, and the consent agenda carries unanimously. So now we're on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. Okay, so we are on, so I have ordinance 2025-81, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning in January 1st, 2025. Okay, do we have any questions from council? No, okay. And then do we have any comments from staff on this? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for 2025-81, and I do not see anyone on the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this? Okay, so I will now close the public hearing. May I have a motion to pass or adopt ordinance 2025-81? So moved. Okay, so the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and seconded by Councilmember Christ. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and the bill for an ordinance carries unanimously. Okay, and then so now oh, there it is. Sorry, I was trying to adjust, find where I was on the screen. Okay, so now we are on to item B, ordinance 2025-82, a bill for an ordinance amending chapter 4.08 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding eligibility for income verified city programs. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now, comments from staff. Okay, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2025-82, and I do not see anyone signed up on the list. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I will now close public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2025-82? So moved. Okay, so the motion was made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. No, I don't have to do a verbal vote. We have it on the screen. Amazing. Okay, and so that carries unanimously. And we are now on to item C, ordinance 2025-83, a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 15.02 and 15.03 and 15.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units. Are there any questions from council? Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I recalled from our meeting 2 weeks ago that there would be a potential presentation. Is there a staff presentation for this item or no? Am I just forgetting that? No problem. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. So now, if there's nothing else from staff, I will now open public hearing for ordinance 2025-83, and I do not see anyone signed up. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this? So, Mr. Stewart, come forward.
Yes.
Here we go. Mayor, members of council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grand Street. I don't have a direct opposition or what have you, but I just ask you all, you're decision makers here. We're talking about accessory dwellings. We're talking about making accessory dwellings easier to build in backyards or what have you. Who are we doing this for? Are we doing this for the homeowners that already live here and want to, put grandma in the backyard and do this? Or are we just we're taking what is affordable? I live in Old Town. We're taking what is an attainable home, because some of these are a little bit dilapidated or whatever, and they have bigger yards or what have you, but we're taking a home that first-time home buyers can buy. Developers will eat this stuff up because you're allowing them to create more value on that property, which puts it farther out of reach for those first-time home buyers. So it sounds like you're providing more housing, but unless you're going to subdivide these lots and you're going to have them on separate titles, which I don't believe we're doing because we're not separating the meters and we're not separating the water, you're creating a bigger problem here by increasing the value of the properties. And I own a property, I can profit from this. But I'm not sure that it's right to do, especially to our older established neighborhoods, to allow this bigger and bigger and bigger. You're not creating affordable. You're creating the ability for somebody to come in here from outside and for profit. You want to expedite everything. So let's take away the variance process so that people can, your neighbors can chime in or what have you. Because that's a hindrance. Let's not do that. All of this stuff is not illegal to do. You can do it with a variance, which means your neighbors say, yeah, that's a good project, we like it, it's great, or what have you. You're allowing a profit maker to come in here and take what was an attainable home and make it unattainable. It's just troubling to me. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to speak? Okay, so I will now close public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt 2025-83? Okay, so that's been moved by Councilmember Prieto. Can I get a second? Okay, and then before we vote on this, this actually came to us, I was going to pull up, because of House Bill, 1152, that actually, and we had received notification from DOLA that we were out of compliance with state. So this really aligns us, and you can I'm going to hand it over to Harold. He can speak to it better than I can.
So House Bill 1152 really set the guidelines out for the ADU development on this, and so council passed an ordinance previously. I think they passed it previously. We then had to send that to DOLA for DOLA review. DOLA indicated that there were a couple of areas that were out of compliance with their requirements. So you're really voting on a second time voting on this ordinance so that we can become in compliance with House Bill 1152. The state put a prerequisite in this that if you're not considered an ADU supportive jurisdiction, then you're not eligible for certain funding opportunities that they have available for ADUs. So this is all flowing out of House Bill 1152 and some of the changes that we've made on other items related to some of their housing requirements. I think as part of this as well, they removed an HOA's ability to restrict ADUs in the process. So this is part of that comprehensive, or not comprehensive, but the legislation that came out of the state.
Okay, thank you. You spoke to it better than I could. This has been your reality for a while. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak to this very quickly before we vote, if that is in order.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I appreciated in the public hearing the comment that was made from Mr. Stewart about, the general conversation around affordability and ADUs and the impact to neighborhoods. But thanks to Harold for clarifying, this really is, at least for the first time that I've been on council, kind of the impacts that happen when the state passes down mandates to municipalities that, despite us being a home rule municipality, we don't have, we have to comply with DOLA in order to receive these dollars. So I want to just be clear that I'm going to vote for this, but I am deeply sympathetic to the concerns and want us, in the future to have conversations about how we protect, land use and home ownership decisions that impact our community. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. And that's participating in CML is a great opportunity to advocate for that and talk to your state legislators. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for staff, actually, on this. Come on down, Don. I'll ask the question while you're walking down so you get a grace period to think. If I recall back to, I think, March, the previous council was discussing who was eligible to build an ADU on their property. And I was just wondering if you could shed a little bit more light on those eligibility requirements, because that was something that Longmont directed and provided, I believe, took direction on separately from the state requirements, or maybe in concert with, at the same time we were considering that. But if you could speak to a little bit that would be appreciated.
Sure, Mayor, members of Council, Don Burchett, Planning Development Services. So the state, when they passed the House bill, they included the provision that the municipalities that were going to be impacted could allow for a requirement for the people that were going to build these to be residents of the community in which they're going to build. And Longmont had already had that as a requirement, but in the past it was more restrictive. It required that you had to live in either the ADU or the existing home on the property. What the state allowed us to do was to make it to where you must be a resident of Longmont in order to build, but you didn't have to live at the property or the location where you're going to build the ADU. So that actually opened up more opportunity for folks who may own multiple homes in Longmont and that are Longmont residents to be able to apply for accessory dwelling units on properties that otherwise would have been prohibited in the past. So from the state's goal, it achieved the ability for someone to build multiple ADUs. From the city's requirement, they're only allowed to build those if they live in the city of Longmont. The only thing that I would point out is that after they're constructed, there is no requirement that the person that owns them on the next sale be a resident of Longmont. So I could be a resident of Longmont, I could own 5 properties, I could build ADUs on all 5 of my properties, I could decide to leave Longmont, sell all of them. The people that buy them do not have to be a resident of Longmont.
Got it. Thank you. So in order to build an ADU on your property, you do have to be a Longmont resident, and that's defined as like primary residency?
So we have, and I didn't bring down the code itself, so I might get this a little bit off. We have 5 items that prove residency. The first is a Colorado issued ID. Mm-hmm. The other 2 forms that are required out of 4 include a utility bill, voter registration, property tax receipt, and there's something else, I'm sorry. But there were 5 total items that could be picked, but one of them had to be a Colorado issued ID or driver's license.
Got it. Thank you. And so in other words, like the goal, I mean, I'm paraphrasing from the previous council, but the goal of that update to the code from council there was to effectively require that you are a Longmont resident if you are going to build or add this onto your property. Yes, I realize that resale can open up different things, but that's the case with any property sale at any point. So, but in order to build this out, you need to be a Longmont resident and prove that you are a Longmont resident. You can't just be a development corporation somewhere based in Michigan or New York and want to build and construct this if you buy a property from out of state.
Councilmember Popkin, you're correct.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we ready to vote? Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to items removed from consent agenda. First one is item D, and I believe that was pulled by Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple questions for staff on this. Sorry, pulling that up and pulling up my notes on this as well. Regarding item D, where did that go? Yes, okay. Sorry, juggling a lot of tabs. Item D. Wonderful. It's exciting to see that Longmont is benefiting from another federal grant here, and seeing the investment that this is, or the improvements that this is going to yield in terms of a more efficient, healthy building environment. So I appreciate all the work that staff put into this. I wanted to clarify, so there was a discussion in the council comm on the match requirement, or lack thereof, I believe, for the CPRG program. That's the Climate Pollution Reduction Act, or Pollution Reduction Grant Program. The reference to match was just a nice to have in-kind match. Is that why it's discussed in that way? Is that correct? There was no like additional imposition from a state subgrant or something, right?
Councilmember Popkin, Mayor, other council members, I'm Susan Bartlett. I'm the Director of Energy Strategies and Solutions at LPC. And yes, we aren't required to provide any match for this grant. However, the way that we've structured the budget over the 4 years, we're kind of front loading it to have capacity for these 2 staff members early, and then we're going to pick up that extra in the 3rd year and the 4th year. And that's where that in-kind funding plays.
Got it. But again, the in-kind funding isn't required.
It's
You're
not
just
required.
saying you're adding this in and it makes us look good.
We're showing commitment to
Sure.
the work that we intend to do.
Great. Thank you. And then clarifying, in the council communication, there's a reference to 24% capacity and 25% capacity for staff. I'm looking at the council comm on, in the executive summary, it says for staff capacity with a 24% city match over 4 years. And then I see on page 2, a reference to cover 25% of the staff salaries and benefits in year 3. Are those different timescales, or are those referring to different things, or is that just a typo? Like, what 24 and 25 is super close, and I just wanted to understand what exactly that's referring to, or if those are completely different reference points.
I believe what you're referring to
And sorry,
is-
normally I'd have asked that via email in advance, and it was just a long 2 days.
No, it's all right. I think what you're referring to is in year 3, we will be covering 25% of the salaries for the 2 staff members. In year 4, we'll be covering 60%, and so it's probably a typo.
That, or an average maybe across 4 years, is it probably that? Right, what would that be? 85% divided by 4, well, that'd be 21 and a quarter, but
So it's 25% in year 3, 60% in year 4, and then the way they wrote it is it's 24% city match over the 4-year
Right.
period. So we're not front loading the match, we're putting it on the end, and then they're saying this is what it looks like over the 4-year period.
got it.
I see where you're confused, because the 24% is on page 1, and
Sure.
the 25, yeah, got it.
No problem.
Harold.
Thank you for that clarity. And then the last question I had was, could you describe how this process and this funding and the effort that staff will be putting in over the next few years is going to relate to the other building code work that's been already in the works? I think you and Lisa Knobloch and others have been a part of in the regional effort on updating our building code in general. What are those one and the same? Are those sequential efforts? Are they?
I would say they're complementary. So this work is to help the city of Longmont work through that code process and have additional capacity to implement what city council advises us to do. Building Services is planning to bring those recommendations. So if you remember back in August, you gave us direction to go ahead with staff recommendations that included the code cohort amendments to
Yeah, I
the
believe that
code.
was at like 11:30 at night.
I think it was, and you guys were just like, thumbs up, let's go.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we
building
accepted, what was it, the Northwest Regional recommendation?
Right, it's the Metropolitan Regional Code cohort,
Thank you.
which is sort of, it's evolving into the Denver Regional Council of Governments Building Policy Collaborative. And so we'll participate in the Building Policy Collaborative as well, which is looking at continued code cycles through 2030 to have kind of a roadmap through 2030 to keep that consistency in our region ongoing. And so our Dr. Cog grant helps us to continue to participate in that with additional staff capacity. So to get us through this code cycle, which is 2024, the 2027 review committee has already started, so that's going to be fast on its heels. We're a little late in the 2024 cycle. So these positions are going to help us kind of catch up with implementing what you all adopt and then getting us ready for that next code cycle and to make sure that we're in compliance with the codes as we implement.
Thank you. That's a great answer. It did include a lot of years and cycles, and so can I just play this back to you and make sure I'm understanding what this is actually tangibly meaning for the community?
Sure.
So if I understand correctly, each building code update refers to the policies for new development, usually, sometimes renovation work as well.
Correct.
The standards from a health, safety, energy efficiency, water resource efficiency use that those buildings are required there. The benefit of participating in this regional approach is that allows us to coordinate better and kind of keep our codes more or less consistent with the region while still trying to be achieving the goals that we have as a city, which also helps set more standards and clarity for the market overall that's provided, like the contractors, the laborers, the appliance standards that might be provided to support kind of the construction and renovation work. Is that a somewhat fair synthesis of that?
That is a good summary, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And I think for the new council members, what Susan's talking about in timing is we typically are on a normal cadence cycle for our building codes, but when this legislation was, this keeps moving, but when this legislation was passed, it kind of broke that cycle a little bit because it said, well, if you adjust your building codes before you adopt this code, then you have to adopt the state code, of which they were working through the state code and the cohort piece. And so it created a bit of chaos for us in terms of our normal cycle. Is that?
I think that's true. And, there's a lot of different things that come into play here. There is the 2024 IECC, so, and that came out late, probably 9 months late. And then once that comes out, everybody reviews it and decides if they're going to amend or adopt directly. And that was part of the consideration from the state, where legislation said the state's going to have this minimum code, and they kind of squinched up against each other. One was supposed to come out first with enough time for the next to come out. And so what our building services department has done has kind of put a pause on adopting anything until all the dust has settled on some of these other requirements. But the state model low energy and carbon code was adopted in September, and so now that's kind of finalized. But that's a code that we have to adopt as a municipality in July of 2026 if we adopt any other codes. So with the cohort recommendations that we brought back in August, those meet the state's minimum and provide some ease of implementation as well as a little bit of a stretch on those. So again, we'll bring that information back to you in February.
Great. Thank you very much. Don't go too
Thank
far
you.
because I have some electric questions on the next item.
Oh, so do you want to move this item? We'll do it one at a time.
Yes, if no one else had comments. Seeing no other comments, I will move to approve item D from the consent agenda.
Seconded.
Okay, so Resolution 2025-82 was moved by Councilmember Popkin, seconded by Councilmember McCoy. I think it was already an open motion, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. Never mind. No. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now we're on to item L.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you. I just pulled this just mostly to help the public understand some of the kind of reasons for the amendments here. And in particular, I was looking at a couple projects. I see the electric system reliability and rehab project here. If I'm reading this correctly, the change here is because there were budget savings on a different project. Is that correct? Am I misunderstanding this one? Or no, this was the increase due to emergency outage needs, correct?
Council, Mayor Hidalgo Faring, council members, Member Popkin, I'm Daryl Hahn, Electric Utility Director. Yeah, that's right. So we did have more than expected emergency repair costs this summer, just due to unplanned outages. So that's primarily why we're coming back.
Got it. And so this is moved from the electric fund currently to just a different electric fund, basically.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Great. Okay. And then I did see in here, and maybe this is just a question for the city manager, I did see a few other improvements or amendments here that were made because of savings on other projects. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And so whenever we do have those savings on certain projects, we move them into other funds where you might have that need.
Correct.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other...
Yeah, no, go ahead and you can make the motion.
Thanks. Yeah, seeing no other comments from council or mics on, I will move to approve item L from the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, so the item L to accept 10 capital improvement program amendments was moved by Councilmember Popkin and seconded by Councilmember Christ. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and then that carries unanimously. We are now on general business, but do we need a break? Okay, yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, if we can have council members come back and take their seats. Do you need, oh, never mind. 2 or 3 more minutes. Okay, let's come back to order. And we are now at the presentation and approval of 2026 Human Services Funding Allocation. I'm going to hand the mic to our department, to Christina Pacheco.
Good evening, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and City Council. I'm Christina Pacheco, Human Services Director. Tonight we're here to present our Human Services Agency funding recommendations made by the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. Eliberto's going to set the context, talk about the resources allocated to this area, and give some high-level background. He's going to point out some important data points. Of course, there's more detailed information that was provided in your packets. He'll talk about our framework and allocation process and end with funding recommendations from the board. We'll be prepared to answer any questions you may have about the information that we present tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Eliberto Mendoza, Human Services Program Manager. As Christina said, I'm going to go through a brief PowerPoint showing our process that describes our process and also some background information on the Human Services funds over the last few years, and then also present the recommendations. So I think where I want to start, and this is a conversation that we've had with Council for quite some time, we continue to see, thanks to Council and the work of previous Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, we got to 3% of the general fund that is set aside for human services funding. And as you can see in this chart, over the years, we've seen an increasing in available amounts. However, we've also seen a very large growth in the amounts requested by agencies over the years. You can see that in 2024 and 2025, it was close to $1 million. This past year for 2026, it went down a little bit, close to $750,000, but still a big gap. And here you can see visually the gap that has grown, and we see just a continuing increase in need in the community for this funding, and a lot of different agencies bringing applications every year. You can see that over the years, we've seen a steady growth that has been consistent. Since 2021, 2022, we started to see a growth, and there's just continuously new agencies, new programs seeking out human services funding. And our board has been providing more funding every year. As you can see, this year, the board is recommending 62 programs with 55 agencies being funded. So just a growing need in the community that is something that we have to address as a board and as a council, as a community at large. There's just a growing need. So I want to talk about now our framework, just so you kind of understand how this funding works and how it's being allocated and implemented in the community. All of our agreements are with agencies that are serving low to moderate income residents of Longmont, and to meet all sorts of needs within our priority areas that I'll mention here in a second. We fund a whole range of safety nets, mental health services, food security services, everything from, and this year we're funding direct financial assistance as well because the board recommended it. So we're funding all sorts of things. And all of our decisions are linked to the recommendations that come out of Human Services Needs Assessment. Since 2018, we have aligned ourselves, when I say we, I mean the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board and staff, have aligned ourselves with our partners from Housing Community Investments, as they are mandated by HUD to do a 5-year con plan, and you all have seen this con plan and approved it this year. And part of that comp plan is a human services needs assessment. And so we align ourselves with that. And this year, the top 3 needs that the human services needs assessment identified are actually very much aligned with what we're funding. One is access to mental health. Housing stability is always a huge issue. And this year, food and nutrition. On top of that, we had some funding left over this year. And we use that funding to award the top score earners in those three priority areas, and education as well. So we were able to distribute an extra $34,000 among all the 50% top earners in those priority areas. So that's kind of the framework. Again, these are our priority areas: housing stability, food, nutrition, health and well-being, self-sufficiency and resilience, education, skill building, safety, and justice. We have a very, very well thought out process. It's very involved in the sense that we hold 8 to 9 hearings, and where our nonprofits come and present their programs to our board members that are reviewing the applications. Board members get to ask questions. I will always advocate that if council is interested, all of those are recorded, and you can learn a whole lot about what nonprofits are doing in our community. So always welcome council members to join us. In fact, Councilman Chris joined us in one of our hearings, and it's just a really good learning experience about what's happening. So we do that. We assign, the staff and board both evaluate. They assign points. I assign points. They review the community needs and ensuring that there's demonstration of community impact. I look at making sure that agencies are financially sound and they have correct board operations and things like that. And then we use a formulaic process, and I think that's really important to point out. Is it is formulaic. As staff, I try not to talk about any individual agency when we come together in our deliberation meeting, because you get your voice heard in your scores, and once we do that, then we focus on scores and the formulaic process. The board approves the formulaic process. We use standard deviation. We use ranges to determine what percentage of an agency funding they'll get. And so again, we try and be as objective as possible when we do our final deliberation. It's always hard, but we try and be as objective as possible. So we used to consider historical funding. We don't consider that anymore. That was a decision made by a previous board. That boards haven't changed. We always set ceiling priorities. We would love, this is what we, based on this human services needs assessment, this is what we would like to spend on. We typically don't, because we don't control what people apply for, right? The city and staff doesn't tell an agency how much to apply for. So we have to respond to the applications that we receive. But this is the ceilings that we set for this year. I will show here in the future what we ended up having. It's still pretty close, but it's not exactly what we wanted, but that's okay. We make sure no agency receives more than 50% of the ceiling. That we do pretty well with that. And so here are funding recommendations. And again, the details in the packet, but we had 58 agencies, 65 programs, 2.3 in request. We did the agency hearings, we reviewed, scored, we used an formulaic approach, and so we're recommending 1.6 to 55 agencies and 62 programs. With that, it leaves $5 in that fund. So I think we did a pretty good job of using a formulaic process to get to just $5 left. So this is where we ended up with our allocation priority areas. So we wanted 20 for housing stability, we got to 15. We wanted 20 for food and nutrition, we were at 21. We did get to 20 for health and well-being. We wanted 20 for education, we went to 21. We wanted 14 for self-sufficiency, we got that. And then we got a little bit higher on safety and justice, we wanted 6, we got 9 because we had a few more requests this year in that priority area. At this point, I'd love to ask or entertain questions. Christina can entertain questions about the process, and I'd love to get your guidance.
Do we have any questions? Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple different sets of things, some that I thought about earlier today and then some that kind of popped up as you were speaking. First of all, as somebody who has been on this board and done this work, and I know Crystal as well more recently than me, thank you to staff for it's an incredible amount of time that this process takes. Thank you as well to our volunteer board members on HHSAB. The scoring process is intense and rigorous. And in terms of all of the time that, all of our boards do great work, I'm a little biased, but this board in particular does an exceptional amount of work through this process to score these applications. So I don't know if there are any board members here. I know we have one former board member here, so and folks who've done the work. So thank you to everyone for their piece. A couple sets of questions. As you know, ECE, ECE and early childhood, an important thing for me, and I know all of us, and I'll speak about that in a second. But what two programs specifically are we funding with the Early Childhood Council of Boulder County? Because you mentioned two programs in the
Correct.
packet.
So, Councilmember Marcing, Mayor, we are funding two programs for, I'm going to use their acronym instead of reading it all out. So the acronym for the Early Childhood Council of Boulder County is ECCBC.
Yeah.
So I will use that. We are funding two programs, or we are recommending two programs to be funded. One is for access to opportunity for early childhood services, so it's a scholarship fund that we're funding. And the other is early childhood quality coaching program. And we can go into deeper detail, but basically, like you did for TLC with the contingency fund, part of this is to fund some of that CCAP replacement. And then the other part is for coaching to improve the level of quality of service that our early childhood providers can provide to the community.
Yeah, I was personally very glad to see those dollars included as we, I know the council and the city has done a lot to support TLC specifically, but the work of ECCBC, other early childhood providers is really critical. So I was glad to see that. Any agencies in the 0 to 3 space, that care space, TLC, YMCA, ECCBC, that did not receive their full funding requests?
Yes. So the only agency in that list that you mentioned that got full funding, that scored high enough for full funding, was TLC. The rest got 70% of the requests.
Okay.
But, so for example, so let me talk about, so the YMCA, their early childhood was one of the top scorers, even though it didn't score enough to get 100. They got a little bit extra, they got part of that extra 34,000.
Okay. Thank you. And then these just kind of popped up as I was thinking. How closely would you say the results of the Human Services Needs Assessment, the basis for how these dollars are formulaically allocated, how closely would you say those match council priorities as they're currently established? And the reason I ask is thinking about, long-term big picture. My understanding is there may be a conversation later on about that you may come back for broader direction about how
Correct.
council wants these allocated. Right now, how closely would you say those are aligned? Since they're city dollars, it's a council advisory board. I'm just curious about that piece.
I think that the housing, it's very aligned. If you consider the housing, what we spend on housing and homelessness, I think that's very aligned. I think on the EC, again, it's very aligned because, and we can talk about other funding that's not part of this human services funding that goes to early childhood. We could talk about the work that CYF and its staff is doing and other folks. So I think that on certain areas it's pretty aligned. I think, for example, I think food security is I'm not sure how high it's up on council priorities, but I think that we do a decent job of funding of food security through the Human Services Fund. And I know Senior Services is working on this as well, so is CYF. So I think on the work of the staff, we're pretty aligned. I think that we are aligned as much as we can with council.
Great. And that's a conversation for us in the future about how we align our priorities and how we make sure that these dollars reflect what council would like to see allocated in the community. Because,
Correct.
we're talking about 3% of our general fund. It is by far, in terms of the way we contract with the nonprofit partners, the biggest footprint that we have as a council to make a real impact in the community. So, and again, thank you so much for your work on this.
Councilmember Marcing, Mayor, the thing that I would add to the early childhood work is that we know that 60% of the children under 5 in our area in Longmont are in friend, family, neighbor care, and that is exactly what is being supported through funds through ECCBC, and they are in direct partnership with Jenny Diaz-Leon at Children, Youth, and Families to help build that capacity in the community to get that quality care for our young ones.
If I can jump in too, so when you think about food insecurity, I think it was mid last year where Senior Center Advisory Board came into play and they brought food insecurity up, and then I think the council actually brought that into their vision and what they were dealing with. So part of, I think, what happens in this too is you have your council priorities, but then there are things that are happening in the community that come up that are not directly related, but enough to where the council goes, yes, we want to consider this. And so I think that's how it starts flowing through the process.
And when you look at food security specifically, you look at all of the different service areas within human services are really addressing it through human services funding, through the work that we're doing, through housing and community wellness, the clinicians really working with people, securing their needs, having a food pantry at the suites. You look at the work that senior services is doing with their Saturday food distribution once a month, and then the meal program that children, youth, and families have, meal and summer program that children, youth, and families have for the individuals that are consumers of that service.
And thank you. I think Harold did a good job articulating. So initially when we had our retreat, food insecurity, I mean, it's always there, but it wasn't as high a priority or as a need as we saw it kind of unfolding throughout the past year. So as things come up, I mean, even during COVID, how we have to redirect our priorities. And that was a question I had actually talked to Eliberto a while back. We had that phone conversation around looking at, you know, what is the criteria for some of these groups to get funded, and, you know, looking at, and Eliberto did a really good job at also too reminding me that, oh yeah, they do look at our council priorities and making sure that as they're analyzing and distributing the funds, that it is aligned with our council priorities. So thinking about that, I mean, that's a heavy thought that we all need to be considering as we go into our next retreat. The other thing that I noticed, you know, looking at mental health center, Rise Against Suicide, you know, that is, do you find that you're getting more asks or applications in regard to mental health? Is that something we need to be looking at as well?
So Mayor and Council, yes, I think we are seeing an increase of agencies asking, creating new programs for mental health. And so I think that the answer is yes. We have funded all different types. We have funded equine therapy. We have funded art therapy, of course, traditional therapy. But I think that this board has been very open to different types of therapy models out there. Of course, we also fund a lot of stuff. So we're recommending, the board recommends Recovery Cafe.
Yeah,
we're running
that was
a way forward. Those are very needed substance use programs that are doing great work in the community, dealing with folks that are dealing with substance use disorders.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I think we are seeing that.
And I think what I've seen and experienced is that individuals are turning to drugs because they're not accessing mental health. So it's using that as to kind of medicate, self-medicate. And, you know, with disaster, it's impacts to community, public safety, all those. So kind of, you know, that's something I would really ask of council to consider as we move forward, and those impacts. I mean, especially after COVID, I see in the elementary school realm, our kids are dysregulated. Yeah, tearing up rooms, and and I feel like it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Well, and I think, Mayor, if I can add, when you look at how this is connected to council priorities, the previous council redirected some of the marijuana funding that we had marijuana funding that was directed to mental health, and then some that was directed to housing. And we brought something forward in terms of the funding that was directed to housing to really put into mental health, because I think what we've all learned through our work with the Housing Authority is that housing stability is dependent on so many factors, and I think what we've seen is that a lot of times housing instability is created because of mental health challenges and substance abuse, and that's where the council at that point directed the funding that says when we get someone housed, we need to make sure we have the support structures in place. And then to your question about are there more groups asking for this, I was briefed by public safety and Alberto, Christina, and Hilda, they're even looking at that internally, to where they're looking at how they move into a center of excellence so that they can try to increase capacity to deal with these issues. So since you asked the question, I'm going to jump in and say, yes, it's not only external organizations, but internally our folks are struggling with the same challenges.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo the previous council members' comments of thank you to staff and to the board members who served on this, including my neighbor to my left here, for your work and time there. It's very clear that there was a very thoughtful approach, and I appreciate the time you guys spent yesterday walking me through some of the process as well and answering some of my questions there. So if I don't ask my usual number of questions, it's because I already have. The only two questions I had here, actually just really one, but the first, building on the food security comments before, I know that's been a priority for the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, and they've come to council and actually in the past council and asked that that we consider that more seriously. It's really encouraging. I don't know if this was a direct relationship from their requests and advice, but it's great to see that actually the kind of almost tied for first is the food and nutrition category here. I think it's responsive to some of the feedback we are hearing from parts of our community. I know myself and many other council members here have actually gone to some of the senior center food rescue events, which have been wildly popular. And so it's encouraging to see kind of the priorities here in terms of funding. I want to just ask, is it reasonable to just inform the Senior Citizen Advisory Board with the same council comm and just pass it along to Ronnie and John Higgins there, the chair?
So Councilor Popkin, Mayor, I've been asked to go present.
Oh, great.
After I said I would present after we heard from you all, but yes, I've been asked to go present to the Senior Advisory Board about just this.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate that, and thanks in advance. The real question I had here is, and we talked about this yesterday, but I just want for public understanding, some of the groups that are funded, many of them actually are county or state entities. And so I'm curious, are we giving funding to a group broadly to provide those services? Did they apply for a Longmont specific program? Like, what was that process like if we're giving 30,000 here and 20,000 there?
Yeah, Councilor Popkin, Mayor, yes, Council, yes. So every agency that applies has to demonstrate community impact in this community. So we get to see, and those that have read these applications know that they can be up to 90-some pages when you get all the attachments as well. But part of the application requires that they demonstrate how they're going to impact Longmont, how many folks are going to serve. We'd like to know how many folks are on their board that are from Longmont, what kind of. So yes, the answer is yes, they're required to demonstrate that they have impact in Longmont.
So that funding may be going to a state group, but that state group is doing a specific program or service in Longmont specifically out of receipt of those funds.
Correct, exactly. And those funds are restricted to Longmont residents, yes.
Great, thank you. Before I yield the mic here, I just wanted to note for fellow council members, I do have a personal conflict of interest with two of the groups here, as I informed the mayor and legal counsel yesterday. So I just wanted to request that, if possible, I would like to make the motion to approve with a few exceptions so that I can then step out and you guys can discuss the other groups that I have a personal conflict with. So if no one has an objection to that, I would just welcome the mic back at that point for clarity and smoothness of process.
Sounds good. So I'll kick it back to you after Councilmember Prieto.
Okay, so I spent a lot of time with the board previous to my appointment, and just kind of regarding the questions that you were asking about, impact on community, and that is something that I think there was a lot of intentional conversation about, because I also want to point out to council that there is a lot of organizations applying for this funding, and the number is continuing to grow, as Eliberto said, and so some of the conversations was like, who do we prioritize and how do we prioritize them? And one of the things were, do they serve the Longmont community directly? And how many of the folks that they serve are from the Longmont community? So just to kind of point out, like, the need is increasing, funding is not increasing probably at the same rate. And so it's going to be something for council to pay attention to come this next year and the following year, to say, we can't, we can fund everybody, but that spreads thinner and thinner. And then you look at impact, and are we really making a difference with just giving a little bit to everybody versus giving a little bit more to those priority organizations that are really providing meaningful outcomes in our community. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Popkin, go ahead and move the item.
I will in a moment. Councilmember Prieto actually prompted one more question. Question for city manager and staff here. So the Housing and Human Services funding, all of this funding that we're allocating here comes from the general fund, correct? It's 3% of the general fund?
Correct. It's 3% of budgeted tax revenue.
Gotcha. And so what are the kind of top 3 or top 5 actions that what are the top 3 or 5 impacts to the general fund? What ultimately increases that, and why did we see an increase over the last couple of years as well?
So property tax, sales tax, use tax, I think are the big 3 that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at what we talked about in the budget process, at different points within the last 3 years, we've had different headwinds in each one of those revenue categories. Some of those were legislation that was passed on the property tax side that adjusted the property tax ratios, which ultimately, if you remember, we had to make reductions in our property tax revenue based on legislative decisions at the state level, reduced our revenue coming in through the reappraisal cycle. And in the budget process, we had to lower it, at the end of it based on the updated.
Yeah.
So that's a big piece. Sales tax is always volatile, but I think when we talk about the revenue stream that we're really dealing with, it's use tax. And so if you look at the budget.
What does that mean to a mere mortal here, myself included?
So use tax generally is building materials, when companies replace major equipment within their facilities, those types of things. And so we had a couple of things happening. The market itself was limiting building within our community, which is a significant portion of use tax. And so that had a direct impact. And then when we...
Building as in like development, housing, retail,
building,
commercial.
Multifamily, retail, commercial, that's a big piece of it. And so a significant decline in that, which reduced the revenue stream. On the other side of it, in terms of businesses that were in our community, what we were hearing is, and I want to be very clear on this, it wasn't necessarily the tariff conversation, it was the uncertainty on what the tariff rates were going to be. So a lot of our larger corporations were coming in and just throttling their expenditures because they didn't understand it. But those generally are what we've been talking about. And so I think I said to council is, growth does some interesting things in our budget, but the big piece is growth in our revenues is what funds actually these programs. And that was the big headwind that we've been facing in the last 3 budget years.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for that clarity. Seeing no other mics, I will move to approve item A here, the 2026 Human Services funding allocation, with the exception of Boulder Voices for Children and the Boulder County Farmers Market. And the only reason those are an exception, again, is because I have a personal conflict with both of those. Thank you.
Councilmember Marcin. So the motion was made by Councilmember Popkin to approve the human service funding allocation minus the farmers market and Boulder Voice for Children. I was waiting for it to pop up. And that was seconded by Councilmember Marcin. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that has been, that carried unanimously. And then Councilmember Popkin,
I'm going to recuse myself for the...
Yes.
I move the other 2.
Well, I think he has to leave. Oh. So we're going to let him go. Do we have any discussion now that he's gone? Sorry.
I have lots of things. Don't get me started, Mayor.
Oh my God. Okay, so the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and seconded. Seconded by Councilmember Christ. Let's go ahead and vote unless there's any question, unless there's discussion. Nope.
going to tell them to come back?
No. And that carries unanimously.
Sorry. Oh, maybe you heard that.
We were debating whether or not to ask you to come back. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding.
You're lost.
Okay, so we are now we're getting slap happy here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, invite Don Quintana, City Clerk, to the podium for our item 12B of general business, City Council liaison appointments to the boards. Okay. Yes.
Call this the Hunger Games?
Yes, I did call it the Hunger Games. The games begin.
The reindeer games.
The reindeer games, there you go. That's nicer.
Councilmember Margin. That museum one, I don't care for it if you want it.
Okay. We'll talk.
That makes that easier.
All right, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and council members. Item 12B is our third try to get your council liaison assignments settled. I did chat briefly with the mayor, and she gave a brief suggestion. And so I did some further analysis and provided what are proposed assignments for each of you. And basically what I did is went through and looked at all of those. You all completed a survey for me about your interests, which board you were interested on being a liaison for. So where there was only one person interested, I went in and filled in those blanks. It's also like a Sudoku is what this was like. Filled in those blanks first. Next I went and I tallied those seats. Then I went and looked at where there was a higher ranking. So one person ranked it their second, the other person ranked it their fifth. Assigned that to the person who simply ranked it higher, had a higher priority for that board. Went through and did that. Recounted. And then lastly, I looked at the numbers to try and keep balance where there were equal, then the person who had fewer assignments leaned over to the person who needed to balance those out, if that makes sense. So it didn't all fall to one person to have all of those assignments. So we can go through these one by one, or you can jump right to, I don't know how you would like to approach, Mayor, if you know of which ones we need to discuss, or if we need to go through all of them. What is your, maybe I'll just start, Airport Advisory Board.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and go through that list. I
Sounds
think
good.
that's going to be the easiest way.
So Airport Advisory Board, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy had that as his second choice. The others ranked lower. So that was where that one fell. Do you want me to pause on that one?
Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would just be curious, Councilmember McCoy, if you could elaborate on your interest and your role as
you're getting interviewed.
liaison. I don't know. I've never been through this. What's the
We just
t-
accept it. We just say, okay, congratulations.
I-
I would be interested to just.
I would love to know. The reason I ask is because we've had a lot of airport issues that have come up through council over the last year. And I think you threw me into the deep end in February on that one. So I would be curious how I can return the favor. No, what I was curious about is, I will say, like, there's a steep learning curve on airport issues, and so I'm just wondering, I expect that this council is going to confront that. More than happy to just be a sounding board on council if you'd really like this board, and I'd just love to hear more of your thought process here.
I had served on it before my previous term, and then filled in while it was Councilmember Martin's board because of that. And then, of course, turned it over to you because you were appointed to the seat. I just think that I have a vision for the airport that I'd like to see implemented in a sense about future opportunities there that I think are really exciting, and I want to see that to be a cornerstone of our community in a very positive way. And it's not about landing fees or those sort of things. It's about a real vision of what this could become. So that's kind of my thinking.
Gotcha. If you don't mind the back and forth a little bit here.
Yeah. I do, but go ahead.
One more question.
Sure.
I'm teasing.
So my understanding is the Airport Advisory Board is meant to advise council.
Yeah.
And so what I'm hearing from you is that you have a vision that you would like to basically see implemented. And so I just want to understand, is this coming through the AAB to then come back to us? Is this a bit of a circular process?
It goes through the appropriate channels.
Yeah. Care to elaborate on your vision?
Oh, well, I would love to see us have a better, solid, fixed base operation there that brings in revenue that is maybe not specific to hangars, tie downs, and landing fees and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Thank you. So I think this we're kind of deviating as far as the liaison appointments because it's not up to council.
No,
to,
I'm just
so it's really a volunteer. So we volunteer. I think my biggest priority right now is to get these assignments, as well as I think that is a good conversation for when we as council come together, and that should be on a future agenda.
Maybe as a study session.
As a study session to really look at what our priorities are as serving as council liaisons. So what is the expectation? So I am kind of hearing now that each liaison does and acts, it takes on a different role depending on the board. So I think for us as a council, that's outside of this conversation because this is appointment of liaisons. But to have a conversation around what are our duties and roles as liaisons on these boards and making sure we're all aligned on that so that we're not kind of deviating off. So do you want us to, so I would like to make a motion to bring back to a study session to carry this conversation around what our responsibilities, our duties as liaisons for these boards are. Do you have?
Sure, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify, just a point of clarification on the process here.
Wait, hold on. Do I have a second for this really quick? Okay, so we're going to move this, second it, and then I'll come back to you so we could get it off.
Okay, so then
And then I'll
clarification on the motion.
So hold on. So it's moved and seconded, and then if you want to speak to it, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
So just to make sure.
Councilmember Christ.
So thank you, Mayor. So just to make sure I'm understanding the motion correctly, since that's what we're discussing right now, your motion was to have a study session, just separate from the
This,
board
because I saw where
liaison
the
process.
conversation's going, and
Right,
it's
so
not appropriate
you're making
to this one, yeah.
Understood. So you're making a motion to have a study session for council on the role of liaisons or what the future of the airport is? Or?
Nope, I never said the airport. I said what
Okay.
what our
Our
duties
future-
as liaisons.
Got it.
Our duty as liaisons, what are our responsibilities when we sit on these boards? How should we conduct ourselves when we are on these boards and come to a consensus? So if you are on Arts and Public Places, that you are serving as liaison to that capacity the same way you would be at the Museum Advisory Board or Senior, et cetera.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you, actually. How would you feel about, in the course of that conversation, discussion of board appointment process generally being folded into that, or would you prefer that to be a separate conversation in terms of our rules of procedure?
Separate
That piece of it.
conversation. Did I bring that up already? I felt like I have not
No.
brought that up. I was going to, and then I was trying to find the right time. So we can bring that up as another,
Okay, maybe
In another
maybe later in the meeting tonight. Yeah, to do that.
Or-
or some point.
beginning at the other. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Possibly you're thinking that we have been discussing this with the prior council quite a bit, actually.
Yes, we have.
What is
We
our
have.
function and how should we be, relating and I think that that it warrants a further discussion with the new council.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So, yes, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify things. I think we're all supposed to be promoting our boards and commissions and being positive and help guide them and get them, focused on what the council has directed them to do.
Yeah.
And that's really my basis.
Okay. So can we have a vote? All those in favor, hand vote? Say aye. To putting this on a study session. Okay. And then all those opposed? Okay. So we have nay. So we have, so the motion carries, or 5-1 with Councilmember Prieto in opposition. Okay. So, and I want to move this along. So, go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, so now
Popper.
we're back to the discussion of the board's liaisons.
Yes.
I guess I would like to ask council, this isn't just a volunteer situation. Like, I would like to know what the process for all of these is going to be, because I'm not trying to pick on the mayor pro tem here. I'm trying to understand how my understanding is that when there are multiple people, we're trying to figure out, one, the division of labor, and two, the best fit from council for each board. And it doesn't for a whole, best fit can be very broadly defined. It's not saying you have subject matter expertise in something. It's saying what's the best fit. So I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to think, are we not going to have discussion on any of these boards when there are multiple people who are interested in?
So I think, the purpose of taking a new look at this was so that we could focus on the ones where there were multiple people who had the same. So that one, I think, occurs on page 2, page 3, where for LDDA. So I really wanted us to have more focus on where people ranked it the same, and then ones where people, so historically, since I've been on council, if a person had a higher ranking or a higher interest on a certain board, that went to that person. And then people who ranked it 4th or 5th, they were, I think that I don't know, I'm making an assumption here, but I think the purpose was so then council people could really get their first, second, and maybe third choices in first, and then we kind of divide out. So if that's an avenue that we want to rethink in the future, especially when the Ward 3 representative comes on, I think that might be a good idea to entertain that when we are starting to make our choices. So rather than when we're at the decision-making process, we'd rather change process.
I think I'll just make this.
Hold on, I'm going to let
I was
Dawn
just
speak.
going to ask if maybe we come back to this one and see where we land. Maybe we look at the division as we go further and come back and see. I don't know if that would help.
So, and I'm gonna defer because you've already had a chance to speak. I will let you come back. I'll come back to you, I promise. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. No matter what happens with whatever's going on over here, I think Councilmember Popkin has done an exceptional job on the Airport Advisory Board, keeping us abreast of a lot that's gone on over there. So I want to thank him for that. And if Mayor Pro Tem McCoy takes that on, I think, all the best. I do have a question, though, for us. We are going to have somebody sitting over here in March. So I'm going to, have less room, but we also are going to theoretically have some board appointments. I want to know, I think we should probably make a decision about, in terms of how we allocate these. Do we want to leave some positions open for a Ward 3 representative? Mayor, if you have thoughts on this, or do we want to try and assign as many as possible?
I do. I think going back to when Councilmember McCoy came on, we actually shaved some of there were appointments that I had. I think I had 6 or I can't remember, but that I was we take them off, and then so if I decide I sit on, I think one of them was RCAB where I was on there. Then when Councilmember McCoy came on, then I think I
Yeah, and then-
handed it over, and then,
Then
you know, and then
you
we,
back over it.
yeah. So then the next cycle around, when we go back and look at reevaluating liaison appointments, we switched it back, and I took it back, so, yeah, so,
Yep, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and council members, that is what you've done historically, is just each absorb a little bit more. And then when that next person comes on, then you have this discussion again and say, well, I'd be willing to, you know, let go of this, or, you know, in Councilmember Popkins' case, when he came on, I think he was given the boards that the
That
former council member
Councilmember
held.
Martin had,
It was
yes.
it was a different way to approach it, and it really is your process, so.
So we will have opportunity to re-engage, reallocate.
Lighten your loads.
Lighten your loads.
Yes.
And also giving other council members the opportunities to sit on boards that they haven't sat on before. Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's to the point of like the museum board here. I just kind of indicated to Councilmember Marsing that I certainly don't need to compete in that one for the museum board. I see that's his third choice. That would make logical sense for me to back out of that.
So, yeah, and those would be the kind of discussions that we were anticipating at this time. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, thank you. To be clear, I don't have a chip on my shoulder for this board other than the tortilla chip that's right here. But what I wanted to, we're doing props. I think, Mayor, I appreciate the clarity you shared before on kind of how you think about this. I didn't think about the survey in that way exactly. And I think that maybe that results in somewhat different outputs there. And I think had that been explained, it might have resulted in different. I'm not going to fight this one. I'm more than happy to work with.
You are welcome to have it.
No, I'm not. I'm gladly going to let you step into this, and just ask that we, since it's in my ward, that we touch base regularly on this.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, okay. So in a roundabout way, we are moving forward with McCoy and airport. And Councilmember Prieto, is this about the airport? Okay.
I just want to make a recommendation that although someone might have it ranked, I think naturally and organically people will say, okay, so-and-so is kind of first on the list, but we can also like offer anybody who's like really wants it, and then we can have that discussion, but just so like folks know, council members know, like, say something if you want it.
Yeah, yes. And those would be the ones that weren't highlighted. Really, the ones that aren't highlighted are the ones that I think we should have more in-depth conversation, especially the ones that are all ranked the same. So can we go on to the arts and public places? And then
Art and public places, and I was just going to add for council, the staff call this the council's horse trading for these seats. So to Councilmember Prieto's point, art and public places, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy was the only one that indicated interest in the survey, so that seemed like low-hanging fruit and an easy one to fill in. Asset Forfeiture Committee, Councilmember Christ was the only person interested. They meet only when needed, and I don't think have met in my tenure at the city, so, but would meet, you would have an assignee if there were a need. Golf Course Advisory Board, again, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy was the only person who indicated an interest in that one, so filled in McCoy there. I'm just gonna keep going unless I see waving. Historic Preservation Commission, that was Councilmember Marsing's first, and that's the other piece. I tried to give each person their first choice, and that actually just kind of worked out well, at least in how you all answered the survey. So Councilmember Marsing put HPC as his first choice and was the only one there, so first choice and an only. Library Board, Councilmember Christ was the only one there. And then we get to Housing and Human Services where, Councilmember Marsing and Prieto marked that quite close. So you might have a discussion there. My suggestion was Marsing based on numbers. But you all are welcome to discuss, and I'll just pause there.
do you agree? Thumbs up, are you? Okay, we're good. Let's move it on.
Very good. Museum Advisory Board, I think Mayor Pro Tem McCoy already laid that one out and said, Councilmember Marsing, that one's all yours.
Yeah.
Neighborhood group leaders, there was an equal ranking between Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Prieto. On this one, the only reason I chatted with Mayor Hidalgo Faring on this one, and we both thought that because that board asked some pretty serious questions, thank you, that maybe a more seasoned council member might be a better fit, at least until you get a little bit more of your feet underneath you. Either way, either council member.
They're a tough group.
I've worked with the community for over a decade.
No, that particular.
Well, how tough are these
that-
questions? That's the question.
They have asked very in-depth questions at NGLA, so I'm specifically those folks.
So, Christy,
I do want it, but.
Oh,
you
here,
know,
I'll put your mic on. Go ahead, Councilmember Christ.
I do want to attend the NGLA, but you know, something I did with Councilor Martin is what do you call it? I understudied her at the water board, which was a very technical board, and that turned out to be a good thing because then I was able to take it over when she was absent or unable to attend in person. And so sometimes also Mayor Peck and I would, for LADP, she would call and say, I'm having a hard time attending today. Are you going to be there? You know, so it's kind of nice to have that double. So yeah, if you'd like to be a buddy with me in that, in terms of I can't make it, can you? Then yeah, that would be helpful.
So am I hearing
Go ahead.
Christ?
Well, go ahead, Councilmember Prieto.
sorry.
Were
My
you
apologies.
okay with that? Or?
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine,
Okay.
Diane. Also, council, don't underestimate me.
No.
I
know, I'm
won't
not-
sign up for a board
That's
that I
not the
don't think-
intent. I've
No.
been on that board before.
No, I
so
understand,
I'm
but I'm just saying it's,
Yeah.
I think very critically about the boards that I sign up for, and I'm very confident in my ability to serve on these boards and liaison.
And I do want to clarify, and I apologize if it kind of derailed there. The technical questions are looking at historical ordinances that we've passed, just other things that have been in the pipeline historically. So when I served on there, they asked and there were certain individuals on there who asked very technical questions that were, that because I had been on council and we've had those conversations with staff, it was easier for me. So that was our only rationale. But if you two want to discuss and negotiate, that's fine. That was the only rationale.
No,
but don't
I
worry
just
about
wanted to
that.
make that statement
so-
because again, I think I'm very thoughtful
And
in my
it's- yeah.
decisions and what I
And it
choose,
does
and I know
extend
the
beyond
work that
critical.
it's going to take, and even if there is some historical stuff that's some context that I have to refer back to, it doesn't mean that I can't come and rely on staff to get that information. But what I want to say is, Diane, you can have that, and just because I'm not serving on a board doesn't mean I can't attend it.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
so that's fine. So you're welcome to own that one.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, very good. Good luck. Okay.
Mayor Hidalgo Faring,
yes.
if I might real quickly, I just want to remind the council that this is one that they want to make sure that someone is at every
that's
month.
right. Yes, that is true.
That's important for that
That
board.
was more, that was the most important. That is true. Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I just want to chime into this discussion as someone who was the newbie before over the last year. And, I think everyone here is here for a different reason.
Mm-hmm.
And as we just heard in a previous presentation on the Human Services funding for 2026, which Councilmember Prieto chaired and has been on that board, they deal with a complicated process looking across many different needs of the community. Perhaps one of the more intense boards that are out there that she was serving on. So I just want to basically put a plug in here that, experience comes in many different forms. And as someone who did not have institutional knowledge for the past year on many things that we discussed, it was actually quite helpful. It was a forcing mechanism to actually learn quickly. So I don't want to diminish, I'm not trying to step into any of the horse trading here, but I do want to say there's a real value in being forced to get that institutional knowledge quickly, even if you didn't have it. And I think Councilwoman Prieto wouldn't be here
Yeah.
if she wasn't,
No.
one, interested, and two, hadn't proven her case from her service as a chair of one of the more technical boards that we have.
Okay, thanks. Okay, moving on. Go ahead.
Moving on, the Old Hire Fire Pension Board, the mayor sits there by the plan document, requires the mayor, same for Old Hire Police, and then Councilmember Christ was the only person that indicated interest on those as the other assignee. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, McCoy, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, that was his first choice and was the only person that indicated an interest there, so that was the first choice on that guy. Planning and Zoning Commission was Councilmember Popkins' first choice and was the only person ranking that one at all on their survey. So there's Councilmember Popkin one. Senior Citizen Advisory Board, Councilmember Popkin and Councilmember Christ have this equally ranked in terms of, balancing the workload. The recommendation was Popkin, but I'll allow you to trade some horses.
Okay, so go for it. Where are we at?
Senior citizens.
Yes, senior citizens. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I have retained a lot of the boards that I did have because I have a specific frame of knowledge, I guess. But I'm interested in the Senior Citizen Advisory Board because I feel like we don't have a senior voice on the council any longer. And we don't have anyone who's over the age of 70, which before I started, we had 3. And then my predecessor was one of them. So I do think hearing that voice is very important. I think we decided that it's a significant portion of the population right now. 25 to 30% of the population is collecting Social Security. So I just want to hear your thoughts on it because I know you have enjoyed that board.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Christ. I actually have learned a lot from that board this year, and I think I've tried to represent, despite not sharing any lived experience with any of them, actually I've learned a lot and been able to represent what that board has offers to this community. And it's actually been extremely valuable for filling a gap in my knowledge base and awareness of community needs. So if you don't have a particularly strong opinion, I would love to retain that one.
You're going to have to put your mic back on.
I think you should retain it, but I wonder if I could just drop in maybe once or twice in a year. Okay.
We don't have to vote on that one, do we? Okay. Okay.
So Councilmember Popkin it is?
It looks like it.
All right. Sustainability Advisory Board, Councilmember Prieto and Councilmember Popkin ranked that equally. Again, in terms of balancing workload, the recommendation was Councilmember Prieto, but I will let you all talk that one out.
Okay. And this was another one that it said it was good to have on, it was good to have council at, hold on, you guys. Prieto. So, so this was another one that says good to have council at this. So is that just because the nuances, or was this recommended by the board itself?
Those notes are from when the council discussed the boards at a pre-session.
Mm-hmm.
Those were your comments.
Those are our comments, okay.
Mhm.
So the want someone at every meeting, that was coming from the NGLA?
Correct.
Okay, so Councilmember Prieto.
Councilmember Popkin, you can go ahead and have this one because I just recently found out that my daughter's best friend's father sits on that board, and so I just don't want to, have any. Well, I just,
I don't know.
Yeah, just to avoid any, you can have it. If you want it.
Councilmember Popkin.
No, I was I will say for 2 things. One, as a reminder for our city advisory boards, all the liaison positions are non-voting, so there wouldn't actually be a conflict with that.
They're just there.
Yeah. And I was going to offer maybe 2 comments, being as the current or former liaison to that board. They're both technical elements, and there are more community-wide lenses to that. It's actually a pretty good one to get up to speed on a number of issues. And speaking frankly and honestly here, like I have a subject matter expertise in a lot of the topics that are discussed that I think actually would benefit someone else to have more exposure to those topics. So if you're interested, I don't see any conflict there, and I'd be more than happy to cede it to you.
Would you be willing to trade?
Oh, so can you put on your mic, please?
Would you be willing to trade transportation?
What do you mean by
The
trade?
next one.
I would much rather take
Do
on transportation. Yeah.
Okay, well, I can do sustainability, and then in the event, like our new council member comes on,
Yeah, we can.
that could be something that I give off.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Very good. Transportation, in the ranking, Councilmember Popkin ranked that third, Councilmember Prieto fourth. I don't know if you all want to discuss that one. Duke it out.
Okay.
Good,
So I
okay.
think we're good.
Water Board, that was Councilmember Chris' first choice of the city advisory boards, and she was the only one interested in Water Board. And then lastly was Youth Council, which was Councilmember Prieto's first choice. Councilmember Martin ranked that fifth. Are you duking it out?
No, not at all.
You will need to mic on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, hold on. Councilmember Marcy.
I just had a question. Crystal, how many do you have at this point? Is this the first one you have on the board? Okay.
I just adopted sustainability.
This
Okay,
is-
so sustainability and then youth. Okay,
Sustainability,
no,
this one, yes.
no, I know you are all. I'm all about you taking this. Go for it. Absolutely.
Very good. Then we are on.
Okay, and then, hold on, sorry. We are, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, yes. Sandy and I talked about this, and there's one board that is not covered here, and that is the Callahan Board. And I can't make it to every meeting, but I can make it to the summer and some of the off-season and make a point to attend if they need to. In the past, it had been, it's no longer part of the mission to have the mayor's wife go, but I don't think Adam's interested. I know the mayor pro tem's wife would be interested in attending just as a non-voting member and just eyes and ears, but I'm willing to go as liaison when I can during the summer months and during off months.
So we don't have it as a liaison selection. That's interesting to me. I didn't even think about
I think
that.
it's because it's in the middle of the day.
Okay.
and
Because we have other.
Yeah, we've never
There's
had a
senior citizen,
liaison
youth council.
assignment, as far as I'm.
So then would that be a separate conversation, a separate motion than to add a liaison or representative spouse of the council?
I've been,
I think if it's the council's decision and you all vote and gave that direction, then
We don't have to do anything other than just make a motion tonight.
we looked. I don't see liaisons codified. It's sort of,
I've been
Okay.
attending just
other
to
than
give-
water board.
Other than water board. So, okay, I mean, I'm fine if we want to make a motion to, if anyone wants to make a motion to allow, so a spouse of a council member to sit as a liaison.
It had been that way.
Because it used to be the mayor's wives. And yeah, no, Adam's not coming. He won't be doing that.
I have been going just during the summer months to just give my support to them because I think that they have things that they're trying to move forward and might need a council advocate.
So then maybe just add this as a council liaison choice. So I'm getting there. Councilmember Prieto.
No, it was.
So it's in order. I'm going down. So
Yeah,
council.
but a parliamentary question takes precedent
So-
over substantive comment.
I thought
Do you
you had
need
a
me-
question
How do you know
about the
it's a substantive
Callahan
comment?
House. Okay. So,
Do you need me to?
so, yes, please. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin. Is it a question on procedure or what do you?
It's a point of clarification. What could you just repeat? Was there a precedent
There-
of mayor's spouse serving on a board
So,
as the liaison
yes,
to?
yes.
What?
In the past,
Yeah.
Mayor Hidalgo Ferry and council members, in the past, the mayor's wife, in a time when mayors were only male, the mayor's wife served on the Callahan Advisory Board.
And is that a
It's not-
tradition that we have continued?
Not codified, and it hasn't been, as long as I've been here, which was since Mayor Pernack, there has not been a mayor's wife on the Callahan board. So it's been quite a while.
Yeah, I didn't see that position listed for.
It is not listed. Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You're very welcome. It's a little historical oddity. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think as soon as we started having, because Mayor Pernack was the first female mayor we've had. Oh, Stacker was before her. Okay. Okay, so, Councilmember Prieto.
I would just say I'm not opposed to that. I would just say maybe asking the board and making sure that that's okay, and as long as they're on board, then, I mean, would that seem appropriate, or are we the kind of the say all?
I mean,
And
we are the deciding body. However, I trust that, considering that Mayor Pro Tem has attended the meetings, and so he's very familiar with what the desire has been of the board. And I've actually heard that from a few people on the board when we've attended the teas over the years. So I know that there is an interest. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, okay, so just to, we're not talking about a spouse here, we're talking about the Mayor Pro Tem himself, correct?
Whatever motion, there's no open motion out there. There is no motion
Anybody
out
can-
there. If
anybody can attend a meeting,
Yes.
yes.
So, Councilmember Popkin, if you wanted to make a motion, you can. This was just throwing an idea out there, considering we just finished wrapping up the conversation on city boards, if we wanted to add a liaison position. We don't have to go in that direction. I'm just throwing that out there if any council member would like to make a motion.
Got it, thank you. I'll just add my 2 cents here, and then I'll shut up here. I would be very uncomfortable either restarting, setting any kind of precedent where someone's relative or spouse is taking a place as a liaison. So I don't know exactly what was proposed here, because there was a lot going on. But
There was nothing proposed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to move on? Okay. So are we moving on to the regional?
Moving on to regional or external boards, not city advisory boards. Same methodology was used here. So the Boulder County Consortium of Cities, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and Councilmember Prieto both indicated that as a first choice. And since there's a voting and an alternate, it seemed logical that that might be a way to solve that, but you all might want to discuss. I'll just pause and see.
Where are you at?
Boulder County Consortium of Cities, right
Oh,
here.
yeah. So, or the, Consortium
Yeah.
of Cities. Oh, I see
Right
it.
here. So voting McCoy, voting alternate. Yep. Yep. So is that, are we good?
So, hold on. Councilmember Prieto.
Can you just clarify voting and alternate? Like, how do those show up? How do those positions show up in those spaces?
I believe one person may vote. We have one delegate that may vote. So if you both could attend, but the primary person would be who votes, unless that person were absent, then the alternate would be the person to vote. So you can't cast 2 votes at a meeting, is how that
Okay.
works. I believe. I've not attended, but
I think that's correct, but certainly the alternate can give voice to, either in addition to or a different perspective.
Okay. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Are we good with? Thank
Sorry.
you.
And I think where my hangup is the voting piece. Not that I don't think that you have the knowledge and experience and I just, my passion to serve my community on council stems from my experience in the community, deep in the community, hearing families' voices every day, understanding community impact, barriers, systems, And so when all possible, I prefer to be a voting member just because I feel like it's so important for my voice to be in that space at that time, being able to vote, having the experience and connection to community that I do, especially vulnerable communities. And so that's just kind of my hesitancy is, I just coming to this moment and working as hard as I have to serve my community in a meaningful way, to then be a alternate. Yeah, no, I get it. And to just, it just to be an alternate and not have, but I also see the value of being there and creating relationships. And my voice is still heard, of course, with my experience. And so I would like to be a voting member, but Councilmember McCoy.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. What are your thoughts around that?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I appreciate that, but I feel that I've represented the city and the council well on this, and that this is one of these that there's a lot of pressures from the county and other communities that I think we have needed in the past to push back on, and there's been members on from the county that have not necessarily understood why we were pushing back, and I think that's critical that at this point here that I continue to be that voice there. I have no problem with you and I, serving together on this, and coming to with the council's advice, a collaborative decision.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, Councilmember Popkin, are you also wanting to sit on this board? No. Okay, I'm just, for clarity, I think the discussion really is relevant to these two folks, so I kind of wanted to so I don't know if Councilmember Prieto, if you wanted to respond, or where you're at this moment. Did you want to speak to that?
Well, I would like to hear.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
And then I can comment.
Okay.
So I guess just two comments here without one. Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, thank you for sharing some of your context on that. I would love if you could speak to a little bit more of, because I'm not familiar with what this group does. If you could speak a little bit more, what the Consortium of Cities does, could you speak a little bit more to kind of what they have worked on and what your role has, like what you've been pushing on specifically? And then just as a macro comment here, I'm feeling a little bit of tension on this council. With all due respect, Mayor, I'm feeling a little bit of tension on this council of like who can best advocate for Longmont, and there's going to be pushback on this board or pushback on this board.
No.
That's what is being said here, and okay. I'm hearing advocacy from different members of council for specific things they're passionate about that are clearly reflecting their ability to speak up.
I'm just trying to move the process along. I mean, really,
sure,
that's
but
my
efficiency
intent.
Is not always efficacy.
And, because we've already put this off for two meetings.
Sure.
Because of conversation that, that could have been much more concise. So that's something I'm trying to be cognizant of.
Absolutely.
The other piece is, I kind of wanted to let this process play out in the way that I've seen it play out since I've been on council. And then it allows us as this body to decide moving forward at the next, when we do our reassignment of liaisons, where do we want to go? And then my intent is not to advocate for one over the other. I was trying to remain neutral. I think the only one where I think was the NGLA, where we were kind of thinking, and in retrospect, maybe that wasn't the best solution or the best avenue of looking at. I think that was the only one where we thought, well, I know how it is, but it wasn't intent to advocate for one over the other, if that makes sense. And then So the other piece is really when we are looking at council appointments, what I have seen historically is that it's a conversation between the two people affected or the three people affected. And then, so I was kind of hoping that people would just kind of listen and see how
Sure.
the process is, so then we can go back, and if we need to make changes to this process, which it's definitely sounds like we do, let's address that when we have our third, I'm thinking maybe the Ward 3 person, because they'll have other information that will be as well, that will be relevant to this.
Yeah, no, I fully
conversation as well.
appreciate your thoughtfulness and intent there, and some of the historical precedent that 3 of the members of council here don't have. That said, 3 of the members of council are new,
Yeah.
myself included this year,
Yeah.
and have not been through this process. And just because it was done a certain way in the past does not mean it was the most effective or the most equitable or the most efficient way. I respect the succinctness that you're trying to drive here. I
Yes.
respect the hour that it is. But these are meaningful decisions
Yes.
for the constituencies that we all have and the goals that we all have. As we heard from Mayor Pro Tem McCoy before on his vision for the airport and his interest there. So I think I just want to acknowledge that, frankly, there are 3 new folks and 3 returning folks effectively here. And just because it's been done a certain way in the past doesn't mean we need to continue that just for the sake of efficiency.
Do we want to then change the process as we are sitting here in the middle of the process? So that would be like building the bridge as we're.
There is nothing in council rules and
Wha-
procedures for how we make this decision. We can have an open dialogue on what's the best fit for this, and this is what I was trying to raise
So-
before.
Yeah, and so as the chair, I do want us to move forward.
Sure.
And so then we can have a discussion during our pre-session or during our, as when we are looking at our liaison, our roles, but also what the process is moving forward. So for now, I would like to continue on to get this position assigned. And then we can have, if we need to have a discussion offline or to bring this to our pre-session or to our study session to talk more in depth, because I do hear where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I do agree that, we need to get an alignment. But I feel like at this point, in this section of our meeting where we are actually making the appointments or making the decisions for liaisons, this is not the time to build a bridge. That's where I'm at. So as chair, I'm going to actually move this conversation forward, and we can talk offline. And then I'm going to kick it back to Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you. Yeah, so I only have 2 boards right now. And we're kind of at a standstill here. Me and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy have our, our guns drawn and, given the eye. And so at this point, can we just take a vote as to, or what would be,
Yeah. Okay, so I will, are you wanting this board?
No.
So no, just kidding. Go ahead,
No.
Councilmember Christ.
I'm a totally neutral party.
Yes.
But I will say that I've served on LEDP for 2 years with the mayor and with the city manager and with Valerie Dodd, and we have 1 vote. But that doesn't mean that your voice doesn't get heard, because you'll still have time to talk.
You have time, you do talk.
Yeah, and you still, affect and influence. And Harold is very good about saying, well, how did the council decide on this? And that's how he votes. So I think this will work between you two, actually.
Okay.
So on
Go
LEDP,
ahead.
are we talking LEDP?
Well, no, don't.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do it, don't go there. Councilmember Marcy.
Thanks, Mayor. I know this is a conversation between 2 very dedicated public servants who want the best for their community. And the last thing that I want to see happen is for our council to make this a difficult, all of a sudden we're that's the last thing that I want. Here's what I know. I know Councilmember Prieto cares deeply about this community and wants to do this work. And I know Mayor Pro Tem McCoy cares deeply about this community and has been doing this work. I think the work that happens with Boulder County Consortium is work that carries far beyond who votes and who doesn't. It's work in dialogue and in conversation with neighboring communities. I think this alliance here is a good one because you both represent different perspectives. And the last thing that I want to see happen from from just sitting here on the end observing is for us to fracture over something like this. And I appreciate, Mayor, your comments. I was going to open with a joke, but I didn't have any. So I would just love to see us come together around a plan on this. And in general, it is different from what typically has happened in the past. I know. So I just wanted to say personally, I appreciate both folks' passion on this question.
Can we split it? Yes. So as far as voting, so is that, I'm not familiar with the bylaws, but if that, the consortium of cities? So I know I've attended for
I don't find them having a lot.
Oh, go ahead. So I know when I've sat in, and I've just attended, I was not an alternate, but I was also weighing in on the conversation. You knew that. So, Mayor Pro Tem, and then I have Councilmember Prieto next.
We don't have tons of votes on this. This is, I would say, in the course of that, I can only maybe remember maybe one, and we've had presentations primarily about human health and human services, about Vision Zero, about minimum wage, all those things. But I didn't feel like it was like hardcore votes at all. In fact, you and I working together would be a good opportunity for us to come together and to bring our two perspectives together. I don't think it's that hypercritical there. I think it's the only thing was when it kept being brought up without any sort of really evidence was the minimum wage, and after we had our fishbowl, then after the county commissioners had already put made their decisions to have that. Now they're kind of backing away from that. So, and the only question that I had for county commissioner was, when they had, did they have a conversation with the school districts? And the answer was no, and I didn't feel like they had done their due diligence. So, and I was regularly in contact with the mayor and getting direction from council on that. So,
okay, thank you, Councilmember Prieto.
I just want to make a comment and then I'll decide. So I'm hearing that you can work together and work to have the same vote, and you can do and accomplish as well just by being an alternate. And again, I've been a part of many different spaces and understand how important it is to be in a position to move the needle in any which way, whether it's a voting seat, whether it's in a leadership position, for results to come to the community and meaningful change to happen. And so just that's kind of the background as to why you're seeing this kind of fight behind me, because as it's so important to have representation of community, of different voices, of so this is why. It doesn't look like you're going to budge on this, McCoy. Or, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. It's such a mouthful. And I was hoping, I had written something here, that especially those who've served on council would make space for new council members to come and create relationships and learn and gain knowledge in these spaces that they haven't already been in. But I see that there's an alternate to this, and so it's not like it's one or the other. And so as much as I want to be a voting member, and as many times as I've been told, well, we can come together and vote this way, it's as easy as the voting member to say, well, I don't believe what you believe, and therefore I'm going to vote this way. And so that is the hesitancy and fear. But with that being said, you can have it, McCoy, so we can move on with the meeting. But I also want council to know I'm only at 2 boards right now, and preference of what I've been asking, I'm hearing a lot of feedback, like Councilmember Popkin.
Yes.
That, well, we want seasoned folks, and we want someone who can speak to historical issues. And I just want to make it clear, I'm not here to warm a seat. I'm here to do real work.
Yeah, and I don't think, and I apologize if that was the intent or how that's coming across. I think, so I'm going to own that and apologize because that's not my intent. My intent was trying to create efficiency, 10:15, but I'm glad we're having this conversation. So I am going to, and thank you for that. I appreciate that response. And then I'm going to, one last time, and then if this is something that maybe we kind of hold off on this particular appointment, or do we have to move this forward as a package deal?
We can proceed as is.
As is? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I thank you, but I want you to know that that's not how I operate. And
No.
that is, I would have voted if the council had wanted me to do that. I would have voted exactly the way the council was, and that's that role. And so I stay true to that, and don't try to interject my opinion there. I think there was a misunderstanding from that first conversation with Councilmember Popkin in regards to this. The whole goal is to move the most positive aspects of whatever board we're on forward, and encourage them if they're moving in the right direction, and they're open to new ideas, and remind them of what their responsibilities are in the if they're not. So I think that was when I said I had a vision for it, it's just really the most positive thing. Whatever the board here, our council makes as a recommendation, I'm going to be trying to promote and support and remind them what the focus is supposed to be on any board I serve on.
Okay. Do you have that? Yeah, okay, we're going to proceed as is. The Boulder County Resource Conservation Advisory Board.
Councilmember Christ was the only one interested on that one, and I'm going to skip the staff appointees because you did that at your last meeting. Colorado Municipal League, this one had various people interested. Councilmember Popkin, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, and Councilmember Prieto. This is one where, just based on numbers, Mayor Pro Tem, I took him out of the mix. And so
Yes.
Popkin ranked it higher than Councilmember Prieto, but you could certainly discuss that one if you like.
Yeah, and I think that's, if you're willing, that would be a good one for Councilmember Prieto as well. Go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I've previously served on it this year. There's just hearing the previous discussion. I think Councilmember Prieto, I was interested in actually taking on the North Area Transportation Alliance later on, which has no one there. So I'd be more than happy to seed CML. It's a really interesting board, frankly. You learn a lot about state issues and help represent council's position to that, and vice versa on bringing state issues there. And, I think in a year with a very tight budget at the state legislative level, there are going to be a lot of perhaps challenging decisions and maybe some home rule challenges that come back at us. And so I think it's actually a very substantive board. And considering the transportation boards are also that, and IFP&C, be more than happy to let you take a spin at that and share what I've learned on it.
Okay.
Sold.
And yes, sold. And I do have a question because it says that they're called meetings and the schedule varies. What has been historically, as we're trying to set schedules?
Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure it's been Friday mornings, usually once or twice a month, if I recall correctly. And it's particularly active kind of, I think, November, December through May when the legislature is in session. And so it's a little bit more of a concentrated board, which I think lends itself to breadth and depth at the same time.
Okay.
And you get to work very closely with Sandy, which is always a pleasure.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Councilmember Prieto, would you take that one? Okay. So we are moving
Very
along.
good. Thank you. Then Commuting Solutions and Dr. didn't have anybody interested, and I think Mayor Hidalgo-Frank, you said you'd pick those up in the meantime?
I picked them up in the meantime. That could be one where the next council person, or even throwing it out here, if anyone wanted to pick up. So the community solution, actually, I do want to sit on. I do plan on sitting on that. In looking at what we're doing with the Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, there's a lot of intersecting work. So that I do want to stay on that one. But the DRCOG, that does not necessarily have to go to the mayor. There are other municipalities that have council members on there. So that was one I was going to throw out to people who had less liaison assignments, if anyone wanted to pick that one up. Otherwise, I will take it. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I was going to offer to be either the alternate for that, or if you're interested in the regular member. Could staff maybe explain a little bit more? I see the frequency of meeting, but in terms of kind of role that the city council liaison or mayor has previously kind of embarked on in DRCOG, because I know that's a heavy regional focus.
Can you? Okay.
So DRCOG looks at a lot of regional planning issues in terms of work. This microphone. So a lot of the regional planning that's going on in terms of how communities are working with each other. They do a lot of work in transportation because they get a lot of funding that they're allocating to communities. So there's a lot of interplay with communities, voting on funding decisions, looking at overall planning documents for the region. They touch a lot in terms of what we're doing in the Denver metro area. That is, I forgot the word. They are the
Regional Council of Governments.
No, MPO. That's the Metropolitan Planning Organization for this area.
They also take a lot of positions on legislative transportation items.
So there is a heavy transportation component to this.
I'm game, Mayor, if you would like someone to step into that role.
Okay, I mean, we can, because we do need a council person alternate and a voting. I'm okay going either way. If you want to be the voting person, I can sit there and mad dog you all night long.
I won't ask you to explain exactly what that means.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that dynamic.
Okay,
thanks.
no, actually, never mind, I misread that. I am a voting member too, but I could be the alternate.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. That means we're going to have to work closely.
I look forward to it.
Very good. So I have Popkin serving as the voting for DRCOG, and then Mary Doggle-Faring as the alternate. The Downtown Development Authority, that is one for discussion for sure. Councilmember Marsing, Councilmember Popkin, and Councilmember Christ have all identified that as a first choice. Councilmember Christ has, just numbers-wise, I took her off the list, but you all can certainly discuss as you wish.
Okay, so this is where I thought the heavy conversation would be happening. So we will see. We're just beginning. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will say, in terms of regional boards, this is one I would really like to have the opportunity to work on. When I look at what my scope is at this point, it's historic preservation, HHSAB museum. So I kind of become the history guy, which I'm fine with. I'm happy to do. But I would really love the opportunity, just frankly, to work on economic development issues. And when we talk about the future of downtown, there's a lot coming that I think LDDA is going to play in. And having the, I remember when LDDA was formed in 97, 98. I was a kid in town, and it was a big deal. And watching the transformation of downtown, those who've been here a long time know that board specifically has a soft spot in my heart. And schedule-wise, it's pretty much the only external board that works for me. So I really would like the opportunity to do the work of the LDDA.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin. So the tennis match begins.
So I'll try to keep this relatively brief, but I did write a statement I wanted to read. I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, good. So, this was the one that I thought would be the time suck. So I was like trying to move us along. So you all surprised me. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so Marcin for LDDA. Very good. LEDP, the mayor sits as a liaison, a non-voting liaison. And then we have a non-voting seat. And there, Councilmember Popkin put that as his fifth, and Councilmember Christ was also interested. Again, just in terms of numbers, the proposal was Popkin, but you are welcome to discuss.
No, it's okay. Go ahead and take it.
Okay, wow.
Okay, Popkin it is. The Multicultural Action Committee, which is a very busy, important committee in terms of all the events in Longmont. Councilmember Prieto was the only one that expressed interest in that one, so unless there's discussion, I'm not seeing any. Longmont Public Media, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, see, we all have trouble that. Mayor Pro Tem McCoy was the only one
That was a mouthful.
interested in the LPM, so I'll keep going there.
I could give that up to somebody else if they wanted it. Because it does have a little conflict with golf, but I've been golf often canceled.
Oh, here, you know what? I'm going to have you put your mic on. Yes.
I could switch that off with somebody else because golf often cancels. Like they go like every other month. Golf will do it. So then I'll go to Longmont Public Media, and then the next month to golf. But if somebody would like that, that's a great one. it's an opportunity and to get to know how we do that, and if somebody feels strongly would like it, or so. I mean, I'll still take it.
Prieto?
No,
Did you?
okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'm interested in ones that I'm more interested
Okay.
in.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy it is.
Okay.
Sister Cities had Councilmember Marcin and Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Prieto. Marcin and Christ ranked that equally, and Prieto has had that as a third choice. So just in terms of numbers.
I think I'm at
That was-
5 boards right now. What are others at?
So, Councilmember Marcin, go ahead.
I'm at 3 internal and 1 external. Councilmember Prieto, I know this is a conversation with Councilmember Chris too, but if you want to take on this work, I would. Okay. I'm thinking about my wife and my children currently, and my capacity to make sure that I can be there consistently. I think the answer is I can be, especially with sister cities. I would want to make sure that I do that work effectively. Councilmember, I'm curious if Councilmember Christ has thoughts or what her numbers are right now.
So I'm going to, since Councilmember Prieto is in the queue, I'm going to defer to her, and then if you wanted to say something.
I could serve as an alternate for you, Marcin, or Councilmember Marcin, if you can't make it, or.
No alternates for this one. But yeah, fill in.
mean,
I guess
fill
it'll
in.
Yeah. Okay. So did you want to speak, Councilmember Marcin?
Sure. Yeah. If I can go ahead and take it, and that'll wrap up my
Okay.
load, I think.
All right, moving along, the Tourism Improvement District that you all made a motion to appoint Mayor Pro Tem McCoy to that for a one-year term. So we'll revisit that in September of 2026. Metro Mayor's Caucus, the mayor sits on that one. The North I-25 Coalition was Councilmember Christ only. And then Councilmember Popkin offered to take NADA for you all. So keep going there.
Okay.
We're in the home stretch.
Not NATO.
North America, did I say something?
No.
Okay. Got you, okay. We don't have an appointment, a need to appoint to the Northern Colorado Highway 287 Corridor Coalition. So Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, that's a mayor's group, so the mayor will sit there. The Northwest Rail Corridor Governments Committee, Councilmember Popkin was the only. PRPA, Platte River Power, that's a mayoral seat. So she will sit there. The next one for discussion might be maybe Visit Longmont. Councilmember Prieto and Mayor Pro Tem had that ranked equally. Councilmember Christ also expressed interest. Just in terms of numbers, the recommendation was Prieto.
Okay, so it looks like everybody's fine with that.
Agreed with that one?
Yes.
And then the Windy
okay.
Gap Committee.
Okay, wait, hold on. So, go ahead, Councilmember Prieto.
Mayor Pro Tem, how many do you have currently?
I don't want that one.
He doesn't want that one.
Okay. Which one is it? The
We're
Visit
on
This one is Visit Longmont.
Visit Longmont.
Yes. And
Okay, I can take it for now, and then I'll share.
that could be one
with
that,
the new
yes.
council
Yeah,
member.
so.
And I just got to go home and make sure that these are not falling on the same days and.
So, and I think, did
Time.
you, when you assigned, you looked at conflicting schedules, correct?
I did
Or-
not, because I don't
okay.
know your schedules, and that's why I gave you all a calendar, so you could see.
No,
what
I
might
mean, when
conflict with-
you put the bold ones in, so for Visit Longmont, she's not assigned another,
I did not look that
appointment.
way.
Okay.
No,
'Cause
I did
thought-
not.
Yeah, I know sometimes that's been
Yeah,
looked at.
I did not. That's an extra level that I didn't.
Okay, no,
go.
that's fine, that's fine.
So what I
And we
will do, what will happen is I will clean up this list with the final assignments. I will send it back out to you all, to the boards, to these regional groups, so that everybody knows who is assigned. If you see something that is a conflict, please let us know so we can bring it back
Okay.
to you all for discussion. You will start getting calendar invitations from everybody. Your calendars will start populating with these meetings.
Okay. And this was a big reason why I wanted to go through this whole process like this first, because I think there have been some times where I only was on one regional board. And so I was like, I'm only on one. But then I had 4 city boards. So, you're looking at the totality as well as you negotiate. There might have been, and I'm just going off of past experience. So really having that opportunity to go through the process, and then we can evaluate, and then, it seems like we have a lot of work to do as far as council liaisons and appointments in the future. So thank you. Thank you for entertaining that. And then.
Thank you all.
Yes, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point of personal privilege here.
Yeah.
I think this discussion was really robust. I appreciate people speaking up for what they valued and cared about. I do, Mayor Hidalgo-Ferrin, I think if for future discussions that might be your inclination to base some precedent, I would appreciate if we could have a procedural discussion before we actually go through it. I'm not particularly a fan of kicking the can down the road for reevaluating a process, especially when we have a new council. I think it lends itself to exclusivity and seniority taking precedent, and that's not how people were elected.
So let's take this one offline.
Happy
I would
to.
be
I'm
happy
just,
to. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, item 12C is the Longmont Housing Authority appointments. So we need a motion to recess first in order to address this item.
I
Okay.
move that we recess as the city council and
Oh, here, hold on. Let's put your mic on. Go ahead, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we recess as the Longmont City Council. And do you need a separate, and reconvene as?
Or reconvene as
As
the
the Housing Authority.
Board of Directors.
Board of Directors.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Christ, and seconded by Councilmember Marcin to recess as the Longmont City Council and convene as the Longmont Housing Authority Board of Directors. So, verbal vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously. So now we're on to the Longmont Housing Authority Advisory Board appointments.
Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo Faring. So this recruitment was done at the same time concurrently with all of the other advisory boards. You have lots of information at your desk, but there were 4 applicants. One has withdrawn. You're looking to fill 1 seat for a term ending June 30th, 2028. Because it's just 1 seat, we do not have ballots. We were thinking you might do this one by motion.
I move.
Okay, so go ahead, put on, yes, please. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move that we fill the 1 vacant expiring seat with the recommended individual, Jamie Davis.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Marcin to appoint the recommended individual. What was her name? I don't have.
Jamie Davis.
Jamie Davis. Okay. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously.
Very good, thank you. Then we just need a motion to
So can I have a motion to?
adjourn and reconvene?
Yep. Can I have a motion to adjourn as the Longmont Housing Authority Board of Commissioners and reconvene as the City Council?
So moved.
Okay. Can I have a second? Okay, and that's been seconded. So motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So
And we are
Jamie
on
Davis
to- yep.
will be notified of her appointment.
Okay.
Moving on to 12D, which are the council's appointments to the city advisory boards. There were 29 vacant positions announced, 35 applications received. In front of you, you each have a set of ballots. We also provided you in your packet, just in case it was helpful, the list of vacancies and applicants and the status of all of the applicants. Some of them withdrew. Some of them are returning, all of those things to help refresh your memory about who is who. And then we also included a copy of the recommendation memos in the paper stack that you have with you to assist you, so you don't have to go look that up. So what we would like for you to do is take a moment and vote the first ballot in front of you. It has 3 pages.
Okay. Before moving forward, I did want to make a motion about the Airport Advisory Board appointments. Would this be the best time to entertain that?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure, I don't want to throw off your process. So I'm, in hearing from several members of the public, watching the advisory board meetings, and just overall concerns of what I've seen on the process of how the members were selected. So just looking at that, I am not comfortable appointing any of the individuals, regardless of them being recommended or not. So I would make a motion, and for council to support moving this back out to the public for another open call for members, and including the people who've already, they won't have to. People who've already applied do not have to resubmit, but they could, if they elect to, go through the interview process again. But actually, this interview process would be done by council. So we would be the ones who would interview these members. So,
Just to clarify,
So if you want a second, and then we can enter into discussion.
Second.
Okay, so go ahead now. We can enter into discussion. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarifying question. Is your motion, which I just seconded, indicating that the individuals who applied do not have to reapply? Or that they do have to reapply like everybody else would?
They would not, so all they're doing is, it's their documents. So the
Yeah.
same documents, we're looking at the same documents. We would be conducting the interviews. So the only thing that they would be repeating would be a live interview with us.
But we are asking them to repeat some part of the process with us or resubmit
Yes.
an application.
They wouldn't even need to, because we have those on file.
Right.
So
Okay.
my understanding was that they would not, we would be able to just pull them if they're interested in.
Got it. If
Going
they,
this
if they,
route.
so, but they would have to indicate interest to some degree.
Yes.
Okay, perfectly
Okay.
fine by me.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you elaborate on why you'd want to, I guess the trade-off here would be staff time and resources for rerunning a board interview process, I guess a board interview process. And
Yes.
I guess I don't know fully what goes into all of that time. And I don't know whether it varies, whether it's one board or 15.
Yeah.
So I'd love to understand that. And I'd also appreciate from your perspective why it's, if it's particularly valuable to go through it now versus wait until just the next cycle that we'd have in the spring, which I think would open up in March, April. March 9th. So is it particularly worth getting ahead of that curve here, only to have something again in 2 months or 3 months at this point? So that's that. Before you answer that, I just want to give some additional credence to your motion, which I shared with the Airport Advisory Board last week in kind of my former, still kind of current role as airport liaison until I was retired. And what I flagged was what I shared with council via email in advance of the interview process. But just for the public's awareness, again, this is already on record from the Airport Advisory Board meeting. But in case you don't watch that one and you're watching this one, there were 4 concerns that I flagged for council, and others may have flagged similar concerns. That included a lack of inclusion of which of the current board members were invited to participate as interviewers. There were potential conflicts of interest, or real conflicts of interest, in my opinion, as 2 current board members who volunteered to interview candidates were candidates themselves in this cycle. There was a lack of information shared with all board members in advance of the decision to make recommendations to council. And then there were unfounded concerns, in my opinion, regarding the timing, particularly based on what the board chair claimed were reasons. So I appreciate the spirit of your motion. I'd appreciate your clarification based on that, but I did, for the public's understanding, why this would be a little bit unusual. Wanted to kind of lend that.
So,
clarity.
and this is unusual. So as a council person and attending my own boards and liaisons, what I saw, and I'll give, the Library Advisory Board, for example, they came up with the questions they wanted to use in the interview. They used a board meeting time to come up with these questions. So there may not have been all the board members participating in the interview, but they all had a voice in what they wanted to see out of. So I just assumed that all advisory boards were conducting themselves that way, when I realized that that's not the case. And when we kicked this to, and I had my reservations, but I wanted to give it a try. So there was, precedence, history, where it was brought up to move it away from council and to interview all applicants, and then have the respective boards interview those individuals and make recommendations. I had my reservations, and one of the reasons was that each board was doing something different, and indeed that is what's happening. Several of the points that you highlighted in this interview process, what I saw on the videos, it just raised other alarms for me as well, that we need to nip this in the bud. And I think moving forward, especially with so much discussion around, what do we want to see moving forward with the airport? How are we going to allocate funds? I think to put this out there for the public to to reapply or to apply, I would rather do it now than later, not kick it down the road. So that was my rationale, is really nip it in the bud right now. I just felt like there was some impropriety or perception of impropriety as far as how this was playing out. And then so for us to go forward and accept these recommendations as is without addressing that there were huge problems in this whole process. And I want to fix that.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just to clarify where I was coming from briefly, it wasn't that we accept the current slate and then to go through another process in the spring. It was actually just pause the current appointments and just reopen the process back in March, rather than add a subsequent process.
My concern was that the lack of quorum. That was what, because we did entertain that idea as well.
Sure, I think
that was one of the conversations.
it would be a council decision then whether that board is effectively advising us or not.
Yes. So, so we would put the interview, we would be the ones who are making the decision on the appointees of council members. Councilmember Marcin, trying to see if I understand.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the conversation, and I think this is a conversation we really. Is everything okay? I just saw Dawn pointing to things. Okay. Okay. All right. I just wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your motion, because I think this is a conversation that we really need to have. I will be very upfront in saying that I watched that full November Airport Advisory Board meeting and was not just deeply concerned. I was, I'll say I was deeply concerned. But that is the process here has been irregular, would put it mildly. Not just the fact that the interview process was pretty irregular, but in kind of the context of that specific board, there were dissenting voices, I felt, speaking personally, specifically, that were left out of those conversations, whether that was intentional or not. That was the outcome of that interview process. So I appreciate you bringing the motion, Mayor, because I was going to say very clearly that I could not, under any circumstance, vote for anyone recommended or who went through this interview process. I felt it was really broken, and I also appreciate, Mayor, your desire to, as you say, nip it in the bud, because I think we as a council need to have a real conversation about that section of our rules of procedure and how we appoint these boards, and bringing this process back to council. And so I appreciate you doing that, Mayor. Thank you. And I wanted to speak in favor of the motion.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Prieto.
I just want to, how would I say this? I think, I just want to point out that I think the issue is our process and procedure as a council and how we're giving direction to boards to appoint new board members. I think there's a lot of lacks, and I think that's why we're seeing the issues we are seeing today. And so I just want to put it on everybody's radar that I think it's going to be important to discuss this in the future, because in reflecting on this specific board and some of the concerns and complaints received, something that I found in my own little investigation that I did, because I want to make sure that that my basis is founded on fact, and I'm falling back on process and procedure, which is there for me to fall back on and not go from what I think or what I feel, but instead what the fact is, and how to navigate that. And then also it leads us to solutions in the future. And so I think there needs to be a lot of work done around what does it look like for a board to appoint new board members. And right now I feel like too many options. I feel like we need to stick to one procedure. I think we need to have a formal process in which someone can make a complaint, and what that looks like in coming back to council, or what staff that gets reported back to, and how staff brings that to council. So that way we're aware of it in the future. And then also, what are the repercussions in the event that boards are acting in a manner that are going against bylaws, etc. And we don't have processes and procedures around that right now. And I think it's going to be important to do that. So I'm in favor for what you're saying tonight,
Yes.
but with the expectation that moving forward, we're creating clear expectations, processes, and procedures, and they're written right in front of everybody across all boards, and that they're clear.
Yes, that is my plan. So thank you so much for that. Councilmember Marcin, or can we let Councilmember Chris speak? She hasn't spoken first.
Thank you, Mayor. So are you suggesting that we leave the Airport Advisory Board with down 3 members until March?
Not until March. We're going to kick this out as soon as possible. If this motion passes, we will reopen the application process now.
So we're going to
allow you all to and I don't know your timeline, so what would your timeline look like if this motion passes tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo Faring. We would need time to line up, to get an ad in the paper and to get our communication out there again. That takes a week, 10 days at least. And then we had talked informally, maybe a couple of weeks of announcement. By the time we get that back and then wrangle those candidates, so it's probably 6 weeks before you can consider reappointing those. 5 weeks to interview, 6 weeks-ish, depending on how those meetings fall.
And then I'm wondering how, when are we having our discussion about being a liaison and our relationship with boards? During that 6 weeks that we're waiting, maybe?
So that would be one that I would talk to Harold to work on getting an agenda.
Yeah.
Getting it on the agenda.
We have a couple of study sessions, but just 2, I think, one in February and one in March.
Do you think we could squeeze it in? Okay, we will do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So the board is going to be short for until March, maybe.
They meet once a month, and there's no meeting, or did they already meet in December?
They meet at the front end of the.
Yes, it'll be January,
They've already
February,
met, yeah.
and
So it'd be January,
March, maybe.
February.
January and February.
And they would have a quorum of their 4.
But no one can be
absent.
absent.
Okay.
So, okay. Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Does Harold?
Oh,
Do
Harold.
we know how many people will be open the next round?
The terms are staggered, so my guess is 2. I would have to look. I'd have to look in our system, our term tracking.
I'm wondering if council decides to go with this motion, if you could just combine both of those in this process?
That would not come until end of year. Would be December.
Oh, that's right.
It'd be quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might be too
No,
long.
the one for the mid-year appointments. The March appointments. If you could just take the March vacancies and do one process.
If we could do that.
Starting now.
Include these vacancies in the March recruitment.
No, I'm saying move the recruitment up in March for the airport board only to look at all the positions now that council wants to interview.
That hurts my brain, Harold.
Okay.
It would totally throw everything off, and that would concern me because it's
Okay.
complex already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my intention, and we spoke about this, not to add more, not to complicate the issue, but to solve a glaring problem.
Yeah.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tag on to something I just forgot to mention, and it was really referencing Councilmember Popkins' point about why now. I think for me personally, my deep concern is about, we need, for this specific issue and this most recent process that this board went through, establishing a separate and different process that we lead and oversee, as opposed to, kind of pushing it back through the same process that we have already identified, or at least that the mayor through her motion has identified didn't necessarily work as well as we would have intended, I think is a good change. So we're talking a separate and different process in timing and in intent, that I think better serves the community overall. So to Councilmember Popkins' earlier question about why not just wait, for me it's a question of the process didn't work this last time as effectively as we would want it to. Let's not just repeat the process. Let's take the process in a different direction.
Fix it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, so can we just clarify where we are? Are we Is it the original motion still? Or?
We are still in the original motion. I think he was referencing something, but you guys were doing, I don't know, clarifying something over there.
No, I mean,
So,
the Sudoku
yeah.
game was finished. I was,
Yes, okay.
I was paying attention there, but I was just curious what we got to, and because I was confused, because Councilmember Marsing was saying if something's not working, we should change it, but we're proposing to basically do the same thing, just take the board out of it.
No,
and
I don't think that's
what we haven't
what
seen.
he's- No, I didn't.
Okay, that's
get
what I
that.
thought I heard.
Yeah, I didn't get that, but.
Okay.
Sorry. But are we ready to vote?
Mayor, if I might make sure
Yes.
I've got this vote
Yes.
accurate. So you want to direct us to reopen Airport Advisory Board vacancies. We'll recruit for 2 weeks, accept applications for 2 weeks. We will not require those who have already applied to reapply, but we'll see if they're interested in being, going forward in this process. And then you all will do the interviews of all applicants. And then we'll bring back appointments.
Okay, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And then Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote no on this because I don't think we're changing the process meaningfully enough. And I think because what I'm looking at is the three candidates who were recommended by AAB were actually the only 3 that applied, with the exception of the one who withdrew. Yes. And so what that says to me is we're not thinking about how we're actually promoting the opening and getting the word out about that. Maybe an off-cycle kind of approach will change it up a little bit, but I actually think if we want to have a deeper discussion about how that board serves us, I would much rather have that than go through the motions just to get something that is not necessarily going to yield different results. So that's my position on that.
Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
You said, Dawn, how many weeks is that going to be open?
2 weeks is what we had talked about.
And
Yeah.
I'm just concerned that 2 weeks is not enough, especially if Councilmember Popkin stated that the only 3 that were interviewed were the only ones that applied. And typically, how long are those open?
We usually leave it open for 6 weeks when we do full recruitment,
So
for a
if
full recruitment.
So we had 4 in 6 weeks, and 3 made it through. What are we get? We're gonna just end up with a short board in 2 weeks with almost no applications. Is what I'm kind of foreseeing. I don't know that it would be meaningful to try to recruit or try to recruit folks who could really contribute to that board in a 2 week span and period.
If I might add, from our experience, Mary Dogle-Faring and Councilmember Prieto, what we have seen in recruitment is when it's an election year, the numbers are different, right? That just impacts recruitment. We typically see fewer applications because people want to see what the results are. Secondly, when we focus effort, people pay attention. So when we reopen, people are listening. We will see an increase in applications when it's a pointed recruitment. We did some pointed recruiting for historic preservation. That's why you see these great applicants we've gotten. We did a lot of work to get these people here because of the requirements for that board. When we do that, there are results. So I don't think 2 weeks is too short. I think we need to line it up. You all could decide from there. But it's your decision. We could do 3 weeks. We're not in the holidays. We wouldn't do it during the holidays. Probably do it after the holidays. Up to you all.
Okay, and then I'm going to have Mayor, so, no. Actually, Councilmember Marsing, go ahead.
I move we
Interject.
extend the meeting beyond 11 o'clock.
Okay, so the motion has been moved to extend the meeting past 11, made by Councilmember Marsing, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so the reason why we're at 11 o'clock, so. Okay, so the motion carries. Let's continue on, so you have finished. So then,
We need to-
Councilmember Christ.
Oh, go ahead.
So I agree with Councilor Popkin. I think we should just wait till March, have a full recruit for this. I think we need to schedule our discussion about our relationship with boards, and that'll give us a chance to come up with a new plan of attack for how we interview. We only had four applicants, and sometimes it's like that. You just don't know what you're going to get. So I hate to leave the board, with a clipped wing. Two of these members already exist on the board. Councilor McCoy is going to be the liaison. So they'll be, forewarned, I guess, and then things will change in March.
Okay. And then, before moving on, do we know why the one applicant withdrew?
We do not, Mayor.
And they went through the whole interview, they did the whole process.
I don't know what point
I
they
think
arrived to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. They did. So, again, this is an attempt to address a glaring miss, how they conducted the interview process, and with the exclusion of other board members, so that this whole motion right here is my attempt to be able to find people to appoint to this board, because as it stands, I will not appoint anyone. So again, they'll be with a vacancy if people do not appoint anyone for those. So I'm going to pass it on over to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Well, I don't see any reason to not have us do what the motion is intended to do. It was the process that was flawed, and that's the only issue. Even if it results in the same three recommendations here, I don't know that hurts anything. And I just think that it just sends the message that we want to make sure that all the board members are given the opportunity to be on the interview committee, and that they all come to the same, work on the same discussion about what interview questions should be asked, and that sort of thing. And it would just take away any sort of shade of or shadow of a doubt that the process was followed appropriately, and that was the only thing I saw that we were doing here, and that way we get that board operating. But that's just my thoughts on that.
Thank you. Okay, and this is the last one, and then we're going to move on to a vote. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's very hard for us as a council to say, we're 100% sure that only the same three people are going to apply, or I see London with the Times Call over there furiously taking notes. I imagine there may be some conversation about this conversation that's happening, and the awareness of these airport board vacancies will be, I imagine, significantly higher in this process than they normally would be, especially a process that we're going to oversee. I have no doubt. Anybody want to apply for the airport board? I have no doubt that we're going to have additional applicants than we normally would have, and that this process that the mayor has outlined in her motion is one that is worth having if we are going to ensure that the process that not just this board but all of our boards follow is one that is proper. So I am fully in support of this motion.
Okay. Thank you, and that is my intent, is just to get rid of any notion of impropriety and rectify that as we move on. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. 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 So we have 3. All those opposed? Okay, so that fails. Okay.
Does somebody have a different?
Do we have a different motion? Okay. Councilmember Marcy.
Mayor, in that case, I'm going to make a motion. I move that we decline to appoint Airport Advisory Board members until the upcoming appointment process, the reopening mid-year process, that we just simply take a pass on this and leave these seats open for the remainder of this process. If that is, yeah, that'd be my motion.
Okay. So that is, the motion to leave these appointments vacant has been moved by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. All those, oh, yes. Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Just a question, I guess. Because we are going to have the conversation, not just about our liaison roles with
No.
boards, but about board appointments generally.
We
And
have not made the motion to add that to an agenda item yet.
Hold tight.
So
Okay.
yeah. So, okay, let's go ahead and vote on this. All those in favor to leave the appointments vacant, say aye. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and all those opposed? Okay, so the motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Okay.
Okay. Very good. So Mayor and council members, at your dais, you have paper ballots. You can mark out your Airport Advisory Board ballot or just don't vote it. Clearly, we've dealt with Airport Advisory Board a different way. So if you would complete your ballots, there's 2 sides and then a second sheet. There's Transportation Advisory Board got pushed to the last page. If you'd vote those, Harold's a good runner. And then we will tally those here
Do you want
visually.
Do you want on transportation as to put the date? One expired, one unexpired. Like put the date of instead of an
Oh,
X.
where do we want, who do we want in
In,
those?
in the same goes with housing.
Yeah, we should have done 2 ballots for that one. Yes.
So just put the date in on.
So let's make this first ballot for the 2028 seat.
On which board? Sorry.
Transportation Advisory Board.
Write the 2028 in the spot.
You could, but it's going to be incredibly difficult to tally that way. Yeah. My apologies. Did you all catch that? So for the Transportation Advisory Board ballot, the single page, vote just the 2028 vacancy on that ballot.
What about the housing and human services?
There's 1 applicant, yep. There's 3 seats, but 1 applicant, so
Oh, it
yeah.
doesn't matter, yeah.
You have a question,
Oh,
Councilmember Popkin?
So I'm filling out my form. So, Councilmember Popkin.
No problem. I just wanted to share with council that I believe I have a personal conflict of interest with some of the applicants for the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I will not be casting any ballots for that one. No, I believe I believe I have a conflict that would prevent me from being unbiased in that vote, and so I will not be casting any votes for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I don't, Mayor Hidalgo Faring,
Yes.
I apologize, but I believe
Yeah.
that that is not allowed. I think council members are required to cast a vote.
Unless there's a financial.
Conflict.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That is true. You cannot abstain.
That's why.
And do you have a financial? So,
I don't have a financial conflict of interest. I just will not. I believe that I perceptively, or at least perceived, will not be able to be an impartial, objective voter on this. If council would like me to cast a vote, I will. But I'm disclosing it for the sake of disclosure here, and was just planning to not cast that vote because of that situation. I'll follow the rules and procedures,
Yes.
but I thought the rules and procedures would be best served by me recusing myself from that one.
is Eugene looking it up? Okay, he's looking that up.
Okay.
Okay. So, Councilman, or Mayor Pro Tem McCoy?
Thank you, Mayor. In all of our situations here, and we were had a robust conversation tonight about what liaisons we served on. We all have come to the dais with our own interests and approaches to things. We heard a very robust conversation about that from this side of the dais tonight, and I think that's normal. I mean, we all That's how you approach the world. So I think that's probably not an issue, but what do I know?
Okay.
Just doing 2028 first. Just 2028.
Mayor, can I jump in on
Yes,
the
please
conflict
do.
issue?
Yes, please do.
Eugene May, City Attorney. So council rules of procedure provide if a member of council has a personal, financial, or other conflict of interest, you shall disclose and then could recuse or can put it before the board or the entire council for a vote. I think he declared a conflict and recused himself from this vote, which would be proper under Rule 7.
So that's fine. Okay. Does he, would he have to leave the room?
Does he have to explain what the conflict?
He's supposed to leave the room under.
You're extra.
I'm leaving it blank, but that's fine.
Okay.
I can leave the room if council would like.
Does say the abstaining council member shall then physically remove himself or herself from placement of councils sitting as a body.
Is that, I don't know, yeah.
I will do that in 1 second.
Carol?
So we're not voting on 27 transportation?
Not yet. They're gonna give us another.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Oh, brother. Okay, wait a second.
I don't know if I filled
Now
that
I'm
out.
getting
I am
nervous.
leaving the room while I turn in my papers.
I put arrows, I like had to scribble out because I didn't know what to do.
We're suggesting that you stay
She'll figure it out.
I hope so.
I will stay in the room until we talk about planning and zoning.
Literally, it's everybody but airport.
The last one. Okay, I think I've named them all. I think I got them all.
After 11.
They went for the probably looking at my eyes like, what happened?
Yes, I gave it the
Okay.
first packet. And the second.
Okay. Good Lord, I don't know. Well,
It feels like it's a lot of work. You're doing great, bud.
oh, thank you.
And these
I
are all
just had
very
to get
good.
firm. Just had to get firm a couple of times. But.
I know.
Uh-huh. So.
Yeah.
Can we take a break while they tally, or do you sit here?
Do you, okay, so we're gonna move on to a break. Okay, are
Mayor
you
and
ready
Council.
for us? Yep.
This is a big ballot. So, airport, we have your motion to re-recruit. Callahan, unanimous. Cynthia Martini and Candace Shy, both appointed there. Let me make sure I click in the right spot. Historic preservation, you have Richard Jacoby has 6 votes, so he will be appointed to a regular member term. Holly Norton also has 4 votes, so majority vote there. We will need to decide a third person for historic preservation. I want to just go through these, and then we can come back and decide unless you want, somebody wants to make a motion. Okay. The unexpired regular term for historic preservation, we don't have a clear, nobody has a majority there. And the alternate, also no majority. You can see where the votes are spread out there. Housing and Human Services, you have 1 candidate There's 3 regular member terms and 1 unexpired term. Councilmember McCoy, there are 5 votes to appoint Sanjay Mingyur, and I don't know if I pronounced that right. Do you have a preference to which term, a full term or an unexpired term?
Oh, I'll go with full term to make it there. Isn't that what the rest of them are?
So here, did you?
The majority of the vacancies are full terms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll go with the full term,
Full term?
if that makes it a unanimous vote.
Okay.
Great, okay. Parks and Recreation, you have 2 seats there. Looks like your appointees are Sarah Flynn and Sam Libby. Vote of 6 and 4 there. Planning and Zoning, your 1 regular council member, Popkin, didn't vote these seats. The 1 regular member term, you all agreed to appoint Andrew Jordan, who is the current alternate, to a full member term. That creates the additional vacancy. So you have 1 unexpired regular member term that already existed. You voted unanimously of those who voted for Devin Edgley Wells. And then to fill Andrew Jordan's vacant seat, we don't have a clear answer here. So a split there. We'll need to come back to that one. Ellen Dooley, the single candidate for the 3 vacant seats on Senior Citizens, was unanimously appointed. And then on Transportation, you all, by majority, vote that Jim Palmeno would take the term ending 2028. There is not a majority to appoint anyone to the 2027 seat, but that might be an easy motion and vote.
Yeah,
So just a couple things to,
Yeah, okay. So I think where we're going with this is, so Jim Palmeno, since he's already going to be appointed, and it's really between those 2. I would move that we appoint Arlene Zortman for the 1 unexpired regular 2027 seat. Okay. So that has been moved by me, seconded by many, Councilmember Christ, I think. Yeah. Okay, all those
All in favor?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those.
Unanimous.
So it is unanimous.
so that will be Jim Palmeno by motion and vote.
Oh, Arlene.
I'm sorry,
for
Arlene. Yeah, I'm sorry,
yes.
yes. Going back to this vacancy created by the appointment of Andrew Jordan.
I would make that.
Okay.
I could give you an additional ballot if you'd like to vote by ballot, but you could also do it by motion.
I would do
So, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I would do the same for Ryan Forbes. Move that he become that unexpired alternate.
And I'll second that. So I'll second that. Oh, yeah, you gotta skedaddle.
Thank you, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. So, okay.
So for Ryan Forbes.
For Ryan Forbes, the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by me. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, and all those opposed? So we have 3 to 2, so it's not.
4.
We need 4, so.
Not yet, sorry.
Not yet, no. Okay. So, do we have any other
Make a motion.
motion? So, Councilmember Marcin?
I would move that we appoint Lila Rumi as the alternate, as the unexpired alternate.
Second it.
Do we have any discussion on the matter? Okay. Councilmember Prieto?
I'm just curious regarding your recommendation, one over the other.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the question. Councilmember Marcin?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess it's a question from council and I guess for staff about the norms regarding how much we discuss publicly our takeaways from the interview process, whether that's something we do discuss or whether that's something we don't.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Our esteemed city attorney saw
Yes.
that vote differently. That a 3-2 vote is a majority of those voting.
Okay,
Those
so it
present
will
to vote.
pass.
So
Okay.
Ryan Forbes would be appointed.
Okay, So very good.
My apologies. Thank you for chiming in.
Okay, and you take back your motion.
It is late.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry about that. No worries. No, thank you. Okay. And then so it's going to be.
Come back out, Matthew.
No,
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 like,
no,
never
no.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. We're done with planning and zoning.
We are done with planning and zoning, so you are good. Okay.
I'm good.
You are good. It's the historic preservation, unexpired regular, and the alternate seats that we need to.
Oh, we're all over the place.
Yeah, let's start with the.
Who you appointed?
Full, yeah.
Yeah, your appointees were Richard Jacoby and Holly Norton.
Okay.
So we do need, we also need a third person there.
For this one.
What board is this?
Historic preservation. So the recommendations, you had 5 recommended from the board. You appointed Richard Jacoby and Holly Norton. We need a third for the regular term, and then we need to fill the alternate
See how many voted.
and the unexpired. You want to see the votes?
Yeah.
We are looking at the votes. We need a third one right here.
I want to see how the votes went for the unexpired.
Okay, okay.
Oh, here, we can. That's all right. Okay.
I'll just keep scrolling so you can see the alternate one too.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and open it up to comments. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we appoint Aaron Haberman to the additional unexpired regular term.
The full regular term.
The full regular
Full
one
reg-
that's missing, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll second that one. And then we'll open it up to discussion. Councilmember Popkin?
Yeah, thank you. So I voted for all the incumbents on this one, and I would stick to that, and I'll tell you why. One, I think I did vote for Aaron for the alternate or the additional position, but the reason I voted for the incumbents was because there was actually a very interesting split vote that we had about a month ago, I think it was. It was the House on Kimbark where they weighed in, and I appreciated that the commission was split, and it gave us something to think about. And I think that actually really helped. That meant that there were different opinions coming into play. It showed that there was a thoughtful discussion on that topic. Whether you agree or disagree with each of them, I actually thought that prompted an interesting discussion on council and helped us think about it. So that's why I voted for the incumbents. I think it's been serving us well, and that's why I want to stick with that. I don't have an objection to Aaron. I don't specifically, and in fact voted for him for the other seat. So
Okay.
I'm not opposed to that, but I actually do think the current board is advising us well.
Okay. I did. And Councilmember Christ?
I agree with that Mary Frances O'Day should maybe have the regular seat because she also got the most seats for the unexpired and for the alternate. And so people just disagreed where she should go. Yeah, so I would tend to put Aaron in the unexpired and because he's new and keep Mary in the regular seat.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin?
Thank you, Mayor. We've had some conversation tonight about the idea of experience versus the idea of merit. And when it comes to this board specifically, I think there's a specific designation, the qualified professional designation that comes with this specific board. Aaron has that designation. It's actually sought after pretty extensively for members of this specific board. His resume in terms of, speaking as someone who has a degree in history, his resume as a historian is impeccable, frankly. And as we think about how we can continue to expand the work of the board, add qualified professionals who bring in that additional experience, I think Mary Frances O'Day is wonderful and has done a good job. I think Aaron brings extensive experience in a resume that I think would add a real asset to the board and adds an additional qualified, I forget the exact language of that board, the qualified professional certification that is really sought after in that board.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and vote. We have a motion on the table. So all those in favor of Aaron Haberman, say aye. Aye. Okay. All those opposed? Okay. So that fails. Okay. So, well, give me something else.
Well, I moved that Mary
Oh,
Frances-
hold on, let's put on your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, so we can have it for the record. Thank you, Councilmember Chris.
So I move that Mary Frances O'Day be appointed to the 3rd regular historic preservation seat. May I have a second?
Okay, so the motion's been made by Councilmember Christ, and it has been seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Yeah, there you go. No, I got you. Okay, yes, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, just one comment and maybe a friendly amendment offer to the motion to speed things up. Don, could you scroll over for a second a little bit more so we can see the rest of the screen?
You want me to keep going?
Yes. Thank you. Okay. All right. I was wondering, Councilmember Christ, if you would accept a friendly amendment for Mary Frances O'Day to the regular term unexpired. The regular term, and then Aaron Haberman as the unexpired. Right. I think that covers the two.
Okay.
We need an alternate as well.
And the and then.
Maybe Courtney Smith?
Oh, because we haven't. Yeah, I was just going to
Okay.
propose a slate.
Okay.
Just for the sake. So I forgot we had the alternate. Thank you.
So, and Don, would it be easy to do, which is going to be easier for you to delineate? If we did a slate or if we did one at a time?
A slate is fine.
Okay. So
If it fails, we'll have to just keep redoing it.
Yes.
So sometimes it's easier to go one by one in
by
that
one.
regard.
I
Up to you.
agree.
Okay.
So I would like
No,
to
fine.
stick with it one by one. So.
I'll withdraw my
Okay,
suggestion.
So the
The motion is for the,
So the motion is for Mary Frances O'Day for the Historic Preservation regular seat. And then it was seconded by Councilmember Popkin. So all those in favor of moving that forward, say aye. Okay. All those opposed? Nay. Okay.
Oh, two.
Two. So, but it does pass, so 4-2.
Okay, and then now for the unexpired regular term.
I move that we put in.
Oh, here, put your thing in so we can,
Sorry.
yeah, so we can hear it for the record. Go ahead,
I
Mayor Pro
move
Tem.
that we put in Aaron as our unexpired.
second.
Okay, so the motion has been made for the one unexpired regular, Aaron Haberman, moved by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Opposed, so that carries unanimously.
And then just one more for the alternate.
Okay, and then, are you,
I have a thought, but
okay. Who's left? I think, so, Councilmember Marcin, did you want to make a motion?
you know what? I need to look at the vote tally again. Sorry, I was going to recommend Sue Henderson, but I want to look at the vote tallies.
Okay, so, go ahead, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I will go ahead, looking at the shape of the votes, and recommend move that we appoint Sue Henderson to the Historic Preservation alternate position.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote then. All those in favor of appointing Sue Henderson for the alternate, say aye. Aye. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so that carries 4-2 with council members Christ and Popkin in dissent. Okay.
Do you have it?
I believe we are complete.
We are complete.
At long last.
Hallelujah. Okay, so now, I gotta find my script.
Thank you.
No, thank you. So we are now at final call, public invited to be heard. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Okay, oh, and then, oh yeah, there you go, there you go, okay.
Mayor, members of council, Scott Thorpe, 229 Grand Street. It was just a couple of hours ago that you guys voted on the accessory dwelling unit thing. I'd just like to say thank you for the conversation that took place around it and the explanation from both staff and council or what have you. And again, I'd like to add thank you very much for what has become a very long night, but your commitment to this job and to the city is commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So do we have any comments from the council? Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. I just want to commend multiple members of the public who stuck around for the meeting. It was a long night. There was a lot of interesting discussion. There were interesting presentations. I know that I think myself and all of my fellow council members thought the discussion on liaisons and board appointments was going to be shorter than it was. But, you know, this is really a decision that sets the course for the next few months, if not the next year, if not multiple years for the boards. And I think at least some of my fellow council members who've been on the council previously have seen some issues with some board members at times. And so I think the more we are paying attention to the process and having that discussion, hopefully once, and taking a little bit more time to think about who we want to put on the boards that are advising us, I think that is actually a return on investment long term. So I appreciate everyone's time tonight. I know I offered some comments that may have elongated some of the discussion, and I really appreciate both staff and council time. So thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So, anybody else? Okay. So this is our last council meeting of the year. So when we come back, it will be 2026. So we'll see you all next year. I will be out of town on Christmas Day, so I fly out the 25th, and I will be back on the 29th. So I have already reached out to Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, and so he'll be stepping in for me during that period of time. But I won't be missing any meetings. I'll be back before our January meeting commences. So thank you very much. I do appreciate our conversations. No, it's good, and I think they're needed. It's, not always, it doesn't feel good all the time, but when I think about looking at past, and I don't want to ignore that institutional knowledge and historical piece. I've been on councils where it has been very contentious, and it has been like where people didn't even want to be in the same room with each other. And I don't, and I hope that we don't get to that point and we can look beyond one of the things. And my time is up. So, okay. So I am done. But, and I've heard things too, is like, oh, you got to get thick skin and all that. Well, why? So I don't want to ignore or put down people's, their authentic self. But I also, as a chair, I have to move the meeting along. And so I do have an obligation to staff, to the community, and to the rest of council to run effective meetings. And so if I cut you off, don't take it personal. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything. I wanted to thank you specifically for leading the conversation. And I know it's not an easy gig, and I think everybody up here, myself and others, are figuring out how we do this job and how we do it effectively. And I think there's a learning curve that comes with that. I think I want to be very intentional in saying that all six of us are public servants who want to do the job and bring varied experiences. I view this council as 6 individuals, soon to be 7, who bring their own perspectives, and together we become generalists with individual expertise. And I think the voices that we all bring matter, and the conversation was really helpful in clarifying that. I also just want to say to our staff, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. I won't send any emails over the break, I promise.
Or text. Councilmember Christ, and I'm sure they're waiting for us to go, so they can go home. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go. Sorry.
I just want to, thank you, Mayor, and I just want to say thank you for bringing the fun tonight with the fun sweaters. It was a great thing to do, and so neat to see. And I'll echo what Councilor Marzing says. Everybody have safe, happy holidays.
Great, thank you. City manager comments?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
Okay, city attorney, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any comments, discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye, okay, so we have adjourned.